48, so that's a tropical storm force winds, and you see how bad it looked. It's going to get double what we're seeing here. We've also got our winds gusting to 114 just off, so this is generally all headed in that direction. So we'll expect these winds to start to approach within the next So Ida is not going to weaken much. It'll probably still be a Cat 4 once it gets to Houma. It'll probably be a Cat 4 all the way nearly up into Thibodaux. And then it will start to weaken pretty quickly once it gets up to Thibodaux and beyond. And we'll be looking at a Cat 3, Cat 2, and then up towards Baton Rouge, Cat 2, Cat 1.
You know, and we think about winds that strong. You know, we compare it to tornadoes. You were saying an EF3.
are located at DPS 14 in New Orleans East, as well as DPS 6 and DPS 12 in Lakeview. 4 EMD generators are available, and all frequency changers are in service and are ready for use. The Cajun Navy is preparing for Hurricane Ida to make landfall. Ida is expected to bring, of course, widespread flooding across our viewing area as early as this afternoon. The Cajun Navy says they have spent the last few days organizing equipment and supplies at their warehouse in Baton Rouge. Items like high water vehicles, shallow draft watercraft, and even aircraft have been brought in to help assist with rescue efforts. The Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office has relocated hundreds of inmates. This is a part of their emergency operations and hurricane preparedness plan. Approximately 835 inmates have been relocated to other correctional facilities, and 3 inmates are being released. Remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL TV app. It is free and in your app store.
All right, Jade, thank you very much. We want to get back to our Doug Mouton, who's been on the North Shore this morning.
Yeah. Hey, Sheba, look, I just wanted to show you guys one spot because this is a spot that Parish President Robbie Miller talked about. You can see that's Middendorf's off in the distance, the white building. This is the western side of Lake Pontchartrain, and obviously the water from Lake Pontchartrain, as the winds blow east to west, will empty into Lake Maurepas, and then as rivers fill up, there's no place for the water to go. Water is going to be an issue. Now, we'll say this right now. At the moment, it is a little high here. The water is what they would say slightly high, but in no way abnormally high. But this is an area that we are definitely going to be watching. Certainly, Tangipahoa Parish is going to catch a big punch from the winds of Ida as Ida moves north. But also, the water is a big issue and will be a big issue for the next few days. And I wanted to show this spot while it looks like this, because later today and certainly in the next couple of days, this is not what this area is going to look like. So just wanted to show it to you now. A little high, not problematically high, but that is expected to change. For now, reporting live in Manchac, Doug Mouton, Eyewitness News.
Working out of the 99.
And that is, excuse me, Jason, that is troubling to a lot of people that 3 pumps are out, especially if we get the kind of rain that we're talking about. Because
water is directed to DPS 6, which has we have 14 working pumps in that station.
Yeah.
So we're confident that we will handle that. Now keep in mind that the intensity of this rain is going to make some of this irrelevant, to be honest with you, because it's going to overwhelm the system regardless whether we have 96 or 99.
And Gassan, can you clear something up? Because we have heard numbers bandied about for so many years. Is it the first inch you can handle, then half an...
job becomes to drain that water as fast as we can.
And the other big problem you all have had over the years is with electricity, and we are going to lose electricity.
On energy. So if that power goes out, we're going to have roving generators that will allow us to draw down the levels of the sewage on the at DPW in the city to make sure that as many of those catch basins are open and accessible, because if the water doesn't make it through, we cannot pump it.
Yeah, no, I understand it's two separate agencies, but you guys depend on each other. Without if the storm drains aren't clear, you're not going to get the water out.
to pump that water as fast as we can.
And are you confident that that this time will not be like times in the past where you have enough power, you have enough pumps running, that we will do the best we can with what we've got, all things considered, how much rain we're getting?
Absolutely. We're confident. We're on high alert. We're fully staffed. We have, again, very good complement of power generation equipment, and obviously 96 pumps are available and working. So we are in good shape. But keep in mind, this storm is pretty enormous and is going to bring a lot of rain. And just want to be, cautious about overpromising. And rely on gravity to carry that water away. We're going to have to pump every single drop.
And getting back to the power, is that why the deal with energy to build a substation by you is so important?
Oh, absolutely. That's vitally important. It's imperative to move into a modern system that is more reliable, and obviously would have a redundant system that's being designed to stand up just in case we have an issue with the substation in the future, as unlikely as that may be. But we have the obligation to have two systems that one can stand for the other in case of an outage.
And you just said you're fully staffed, everybody's ready to go.
At the Terrebonne Parish Emergency Operations Center with Parish President Gordon Dove. And Gordon, how are you feeling this morning so far?
Well, we've been building levees, pump stations, and we've added 60% pumping capacity to Terrebonne Parish. All our pumps are on SCADA and telemetry. When I say all our pumps, all our major pump stations, and they do have backup generators if they're electric. And our levee system is about a 78-mile levee system, about 15 miles south of Houma itself, and 15 miles north of the Gulf. To give you about where it's at, it's 12-foot levee. They were core permitted. They compacted. The bases are about 240 feet base to 300-foot bases, and they're 12 feet. Now our floodgates are 18 feet. So, our goal is to get everything to 18. But right now we have 12 foot. They're calling for 9 to 12 feet since we got on the western side of it, so we're more comfortable, and like everyone knows, levees are risk reduction. They can be overtopped, but we can take some overtopping, and we hope it doesn't happen. And, we have 130 water control structures. Terrebonne has a lot of tributaries out of our estuaries and all that is, all that's we're going to get, it looks like about 125 to 130 mile an hour wind, maybe 150.
And that's the thing, because right now, it doesn't seem to be a lot, but that's the thing. The day is young, and I guess the message to people is don't let this fool you.
Well, don't let this fool you.
Increase down along our coastal areas. We're gusting now to nearly 70 miles an hour in Grand Isle. We've got a camera down there, so hopefully we can take a look at it in here a little bit. And we're gusting to 114 now off Southwest Pass. It recently gusted to 100 and I believe 20-something miles an hour. So we're continuing to see the worst part of the hurricane, which is going to be right in here, move up towards our coastal areas. Galliano gusting to 39. We're gusting to 43 at the lakefront and 48 at Shell Beach. North Shore still below 30 miles an hour, so nothing too terrible on the North Shore just yet. But those intense winds are coming. A lot of phones down on the bayou and are in the bayou parishes and down into Plaquemines and Lower Jefferson went off with that extreme alert. It's an extreme wind warning, which means you can expect winds it's about to get rough, and it could be moving in within the next, 20, 30 minutes to an hour or so. Northwest movement is at 15 miles per hour, so it has continued to maintain that same speed as it moves across the area. So there's a closer look at some of those locations. I do want to show you the latest track here. They do have it moving in as a Category 4, a strong Category 4 by around noon. That'll be lunch, or that'll be the landfall, and then it's going to take its time weakening. Now, it is going to weaken quickly, but it's going to stay a hurricane nearly the entire time it moves through Louisiana. So down here along the coast, Cat 4, nearly a Cat 5. It's probably still going to be a Category 1, maybe nearly a Category 2 as it gets to Baton Rouge by midnight. So in 12 hours, it's going to travel there. So you can imagine we're already getting rain for most of our areas, and we're going to continue to get rain as long as we're to the east of it. So it is going to rain perhaps for over 12 to 18 hours in some areas, and that's why not only the wind and flooding or storm surge threat is there, but the flooding threat from rainfall is definitely going to be elevated on the east side of this system. Now, as we go into this Monday afternoon, by 1 p.m., it will be up into the Jackson area, and we'll
Keith Jones with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers joined us on the show earlier this morning, saying the levees in the Houma and Terrebonne Parish areas may have some problems with Hurricane Ida, but did say the levees in the New Orleans metro area are better prepared to take on the strength of the storm. Well, here is Grand Isle, where flooding is already happening. This video shows water is rising to the seats of picnic tables. This area will definitely see some of the worst conditions from Ida today. Power is out for most of Grand Isle, according to Entergy's online outages map. Governor John Bel Edwards says the evacuation of hospitals in Ida's path was not possible. Normally that would be considered, but Edwards said with the amount of COVID patients, it was impractical. Roughly 15 of Auctioneer's hospitals could be affected by Ida. Auctioneer has evacuated some patients with particular medical needs and smaller hospitals to their larger facilities. The State Health Department reports nearly 2,700 COVID patients are currently hospitalized. And remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL-TV app. Just search WWL-TV in your app store.
All right, thank you so much, Jade. We want to get an update on the conditions in St. John Parish this morning. Joining us now is Parish President Jacqueline Hotard. And thanks so much for checking in with us.
For having us.
Yeah, kind of tell us what you're seeing right now. What's going on?
What we're seeing right now, it's
westerly to southwest wind, so that's pushing some water in to St. John right now. And the winds are going to stay like this throughout the remainder of today. Look at our wind gusts. We're gusting to 114 at Southwest Pass, sustained at 102. This is an elevated platform, so it's not that strong at the surface, but it's probably close. We're now up to 64-mile-per-hour wind gusting Grand Isle, 40 in Galliano. We've got 35 at the lakefront, gusting to 44. The North Shore gusting to around 20, so not too bad on the North Shore right now. And up in the river parishes, we are gusting to around 20 to 32, so not too bad up there either. But getting rough down here through Plaquemines and going down towards lower Lafourche and lower Jefferson. I want to time this out for you on when we can start to see the most significant impacts in your area and what we're looking at through the rest of today. So what you're looking at here is a wind gust and the potential kind of future radar. Think of it that way. It's just what the model thinks radar will look like. And this one's doing a pretty good job. And I want to walk you through the timeline on how long this is going to take to get through this entire event and some of the
that Ghassan Korban was talking about with you, there was kind of a mixed bag there. Some very bad news is that it's going to overtax the system if we get the levels of rain that we're expecting no matter what. But the really good news that we heard from Ghassan Korban, the director of the Sewerage and Water Board, is that Turbine 4 is going to be available. That was the main workhorse turbine making in-house power. That means they don't have to rely on Entergy, they don't have to rely on frequency changers to make the old-fashioned type of power that runs half the pumps that drain the city of New Orleans. That means that they have about 68 megawatts of in-house power available. That's more than we've seen since before the August 2017 flooding here in the city. So that's very significant. That gives him a level of confidence that should give us who live inside the city of New Orleans a level of confidence that that they'll be able to bring all of their assets to bear, assuming that those turbines don't cut off again. And that's one thing to keep in mind about Turbine 4. They lost it for 6 years starting in 2012. Then they fixed it at a cost of upwards of $40 million. And then it went out again, and it was actually out for several months. They tried to bring it back on in May of this year, and then it went out again. So this has been a roller coaster with Turbine 4. It is the biggest source of power that they have, along with Turbine 5. Those were both brought on now in the last couple of months heading into hurricane season. So we'll see if they hold up. If they do, that's very good news. Again, we're still without that one pump that's at pump station 12 in the West End section of Lakeview. They say that the other two pumps that are adjacent, other two pumping stations that are adjacent, will help drain that section of Lakeview eventually, but there's a reason why they have a separate pumping station there, and it's not available at all. There's a single pump out at pump station 6, but there's many more larger pumps there. That's the one along the 17th Street Canal, along the Jefferson Parish line. So other than that, they're in very good shape with pumps, but again, this really comes down to power. It has always come down to their ability to make their own power, because Entergy as a source of power is very unreliable.
And David, Ghassan Korban did mention that while the power is important, they rely so much on Entergy that this station that they want to build in the future really has to come online.
Yeah, and we've seen some good news there. They're moving forward with that, but that's not going to be ready until 2023. Right.
And obviously that is our eye. The eye is really cleared on out. And once the sun starts to come up even more, this will be extremely impressive. It's amazing what you could see with these satellites. I mean, you can see all the way straight down to the ocean pretty much there. And this is sitting literally just off the coast of or Lower Jefferson. We're talking about 40 miles southeast of Grand Isle. The winds are at 150 still, and the pressure is staying at 930. So hopefully that means it is capped off there and we don't see any further intensification. We can't rule that out, but this is what we're looking at right now. Radar showing that eye clear as day. It is continuing to track near where they are forecasting it, so it still looks like landfall will be more than likely closer to Parfuchon, but that still means we're going to see the significant impacts continue to spread up through our bayou parishes and Lower Jefferson towards Grand Isle here and even down Plaquemine. So this With the center now forecast to make landfall right near Port Fourchon, move smack dab up through Houma and Thibodaux and up through St. James, Assumption and Ascension Parish. The worst storm surge is probably going to be here, but this is still significant. We're likely still going to see surge rising here in parts of Terrebonne Parish, but if that center can stay just to the west or just to the east of Houma and Thibodaux or near it, that means you're going to mostly have a northerly wind coming around. That means the water's not being pushed onshore, it's actually being pushed offshore. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. But you're not going to be that lucky for Grand Isle and Plaquemines Parish and up into parts of Lower Jefferson and even parts of St. Charles on the west side of the river, on the west bank of the river. So that's one of our concerns. The other big concern continues to be for the flooding threat. This could be a really significant concern as we go into later today and especially tonight. So think about this. We're going to be tonight. Most people are probably going to lose power today. That seems like a guarantee. We could have flooding. We could have winds gusting over 100 miles per hour across the area, and you're not going to be able to get out in this. So if you live in a flood-prone area, if you don't want your car to flood, get it high right now in New Orleans if you're still here. Same thing for the North Shore. If you live along a river that floods, get it somewhere where it won't flood. Better yet, go somewhere where you're not going to be in the flood waters because we could be dealing with some flooding tonight. And we could be dealing with it even going into parts of tomorrow.
And Peyton, quickly, when you talk about that flooding, you know, we're talking about the possibility over a 24-hour period. Some of that rain could be 4, 5, 6 inches in an hour or two.
Yeah, you know, this is tropical rain. There's a ton of moisture in the atmosphere. It's very efficient, meaning the rainfall rates are going to be high. There's no doubt about it, and there's no way to get around it. And it could be raining, as I mentioned earlier. The storm's going to be here at noon. It'll be here by midnight. So in 12 hours, it's only going to travel that distance. And then entire time, it's going to be raining on the east side of the storm. So it could be raining constantly for maybe 12 hours in some areas.
Yeah, and we were talking about just how much the system can take here. It can't take that much. And no. Even if it's over a 24-hour period, that much rain is still going to overpower the system. But especially in some of those cells where it just dumps tons of rain in a short amount of time.
There's bands in tropical systems. You know, if it's an intense band and it rides over the same area, I mean, it can get impressive fast. So that 15 inches, there could be a few spots that are closer to 20. It just depends on where that happens. But that is a possibility. And Eric, we've been talking about our rivers. I do want to mention all of our rivers on the North Shore are currently forecasted to crest either in major or near major flood stage by Monday and Tuesday. Now, that's a preliminary issue or forecast from the National Weather Service based on this rainfall forecast and based on that surge forecast. It all just depends on where it eventually ends up falling. But right now, we are forecasting all of our rivers on the North Shore to forecast near or in major flood stage Monday and Tuesday.
All right, Peyton, thank you very much. Right now, it is 9:07, and we have been following this thing for hours now. We'll be on till we don't need to be on anymore.
Right through the duration of it. And Ida is nearing Category 5 strength. The high winds and storm surge likely will cause catastrophic damage as well as widespread power outages.
Right. We're already starting to see some power outages. Let's get over to Jade Cunningham with some things you need to know.
Look at what you need to know before Ida makes landfall. St. Charles Parish has 2 shelters of last resort for residents who absolutely need it. One is at the Edward Dufresne Community Center in Luling. The other is in Destrehan at Hurryhurst Middle School on Roadrunner Lane. There will be no supplies available at the shelters, so you will have to bring everything you need. Emergency officials say if you feel like your life is in danger from Hurricane Ida, you should move to these shelters immediately. You should expect significant power outages starting this afternoon. Some places, again, already seeing outages. More than 15,000 customers have already lost power statewide. Entergy says they are mobilizing a storm team of approximately 16,000 members to address the outages. Based on historical restoration times, customers in the direct path of a storm as intense as Ida could experience outages for more than 3 weeks. And keep in mind, officials are stressing people stay inside during and after the storm. That means you should plan to be at home for at least 36 hours. Down power lines and other issues can make it very dangerous to leave your home or where you're taking shelter. They say to let the city and other responders assess all the damage first. Remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL TV app. It is free and in your app store.
All right, thank you very much, Dave. Well, we've been checking in as many areas we can around the region. We want to check in on Kenner now. Kenner Mayor Ben Zahn is joining us with an update. Ben, are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Kind of tell us what you are bracing yourself for right now.
So we are very prepared. We have cleaned all the storm drains. We have been throughout the city of Kenner picking up loose debris, doing it ourselves, working also with IV Waste to get that done. Our MERT team is up and running. Kenner Police Department, Kenner Fire Department is always ready to go. We are expecting, a very strong storm to hit us. We will be, I have told everybody, you don't need to leave. You can make that choice yourself. But if you do stay, we will stress that it will be conditions that you don't want to be in. And I'll sum it up as it'll be some type of primitive situation. So if you can handle that, we're ready to go.
Yeah, and did a lot of people leave out of the Kenner area? I have a couple of friends who live there, and they seem to be some of the more safer, secure feeling ones who decided not to leave. They said, we're in Kenner, we feel safe.
Yeah, and I want people to feel safe. Yes, you will be safe. We will have everything that you need. Of course, we'll go in during the storm. But if you, we have seen a good bit of people evacuate. My street, I'm on my street right now, headed to the Pond String Center. I see a lot of cars still home. You'll see that throughout the neighborhoods. A lot of businesses obviously are shut down.
Right.
I think they're just concerned. They just want to hunker in place for right now and shelter in place and hunker down as much as they can. I don't think we're going to get the blunt of it, but I think you're going to have a lot of down power lines, and that's
Sure.
that's the problem that we're facing.
Of course, from the wind, and then you'll have power outages. Go ahead.
But look, my message to the Kenner people are, along with the chief of police and along with our council, is that we are prepared. We are prepared. Any services that you need will be back up and running as soon as this thing passes. I have a great staff. We have a great group of people running the city of Kenner, and we will make sure that all services that we can provide, not entity, but that we can provide, will be back up and running as quickly as possible after this thing passes.
Yeah.
We're always prepared for these storms. Look, Sheba, we had 8 trial runs last year, so we were really prepared. The good thing about a trial run always is it prepares you for the real thing, and the real thing is here.
Yeah, this is definitely the real deal. I'm glad that you're telling your residents that you feel like you guys are prepared and confident in that preparation. We were showing the I-10 at Williams a little bit earlier because traffic in Kenner was insane yesterday, with people, of course, trying to get out of the city. This is another look in the Metairie area, I-10 at Causeway. Interstate's practically empty now, but of course, yesterday with people trying to leave the city, the traffic was crazy.
And that's what I always tell people. You're going to get yourself into a parking lot situation on the interstate. Do you really want to do that? Look, my family stayed. I kept my family here. My mother stayed with us. I think you're better off if you have some type of generator or something like that, and I have that. If you have some type of means of keeping your family in the same condition that they're in before the storm passes or after the storm passes, then just stay here. But just realize, if you don't have that, you're going to be in some type of primitive means that you can. It's going to be uncomfortable, and that's the biggest thing. Have your food and water if you don't have anything else.
Sure, and of course we are about 3 hours still from landfall, so I'm sure you're not seeing any major impacts yet. I saw a little bit of water on the interstate there. Are there certain neighborhoods or areas in Kenner that are of particular concern when it comes to things like flooding?
Yeah, Lincoln Manor is always one. We're doing a huge, with the help of the state, with Joe Stagney and the rest of our group up there, we're doing a huge drainage project there. So I do worry about Lincoln Manor. I do worry about areas in North Canada. Chateau and Vintage is a huge area that usually floods for some reason. I do worry about those areas, but I think working with the parish leaders, I do believe that our drainage will be up and running, will keep consistent. Of course, no system works when you have too much. I always stress this too. If the street floods, good. That means your home's not flooding. So we get the calls that my street is flooded. My quick response is, that's good news. Is your home flooded? No. Then good. The street is designed to flood. That's where they hold the water. And the parish does a good job. We could do a good job of getting it out the street, and the parish does a good job getting it out from there. Now, of course, if everything's filled, then we might have an issue. I don't see it that kind of event. I see it more of an event of wind damage, and that's my biggest concern.
Sure, something you have
To
to
me,
watch
wind's
out
worse.
for. And there's so many area officials we've talked to who have some big storm they think of for their area. I think a lot of people feel safe in Kenner. Is there a storm you think of particularly that did a lot of damage to Kenner? I remember doing some tornado coverage out there a couple of years ago, but what about as far as hurricanes?
Yeah. I mean, you know, the biggest thing that I can think of was Katrina, and that was mainly because of course, you know, a man-made problem, right? So, I mean, that's, you know, the way we had the flooding problem from that. That's the biggest one that I can always think of that we had last. We don't really have, we've had those little tornadoes I think it was on Loyola, East Louisiana State, a few years ago that you're talking about. They came out of nowhere, right? I mean, they just took some homes. That was just a storm. But when you think of water damage, I gotta think of Katrina, and it was more or less because, you know, the pumps weren't on.
Sure.
So had that not happened, I don't think we'd have had a major water event here. You're always going to have small flooding areas, which we have to unfortunately deal with. I don't make light of it, but we have to deal with those things. But this, I'm more concerned with the wind damage and the conditions that people will not want to live in for, y'all just said it yourselves, up to 3 weeks. That's catastrophic right there, right?
Yes, at a time when it's so hot. So, of course, the wind damage is a big concern for everyone because of those power outages. We appreciate you joining us. And again, glad to hear that you're feeling confident in your preparations. Please check in with us if something changes, Ben.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Sheba.
All right, stay safe. Thank you. All right, guys, let's get back over to Peyton. And you heard Kenner Mayor Ben Zahn there saying his biggest concern, the wind, which is everybody's concern.
Yeah, and rain. You know, I'm looking at some of our latest guidance here, and nearly every single piece of guidance we use model run-wise depicts someone is going to get some extremely heavy rainfall that is going to lead to some flooding. Let me show you one of our models here. And if you notice, as we go through the remainder of the afternoon, the rain continues to move across the area as Ida moves on in. When you start to see these big, you know, the bright colors, the reds, the maroon, the purples, you're starting to get into that 10-inch range with the purple, and that could happen as soon as maybe 10, 11 o'clock, but it's going to continue through parts of tonight. This is not going to be a quick event, and I've never seen our model run show these colors before because it is in that 20 to 25 inch range, and where you see these little dots, those are not even, those are over 25 inches. So it is possible that some areas do pick upwards of about 20 inches of rainfall. Where that is going to be in a narrow band more than likely, but you hope that sets up over an area that is where no one lives. It may be out here in the Biloxi Marsh area or down where water can drain into the Gulf of Mexico, but we do not need that setting up over the New Orleans metro or any part of the southeast Louisiana or South Mississippi, because we could see some big problems. But notice how much purple is on this map. Widespread areas picking up at least 10 inches of rainfall seems like a good bet. So flooding is almost guaranteed in the city at this point. That's why we've been saying, if you are here and you stay before the winds really get kicking this afternoon, move your car somewhere where it's not going to flood and then leave it there, because you're not going to be able to go out in the winds and move your car when it's raining and the winds are blowing 100 miles an hour. So that's just what we're looking at with the rain threat, and it is a very high threat. The rain threat is certainly not to be underestimated with Ida, even though it's got the wind threat and it's got the storm surge threat as well. I mean, we're talking about a Category 4, nearly Category 5 storm at this point. This is what it looks like. How ominous is this? Just seeing the eye spin right off of our coast. Port Fourchon, the eye is just south of you, maybe by 25 miles. There's Grand Isle. There's the eye. The most intense part of the storm is going to be that northern eye wall right in here and going on into the eastern side of the eye wall. And this is where we're going to see that big push of significant winds and surge come on into these areas over the next couple of hours. So the worst is settling in down here. This looks like it's going to track up towards Port Fourchon, kind of Terrebonne Bay. Notice Cocodrie, Chauvin's right there. They're going to get on the western side of this eye wall more than likely, which is just as intense, but that is a classic major hurricane. Winds 150 miles an hour, gusting to 185. That was as of 9 a.m., so just about 20 minutes ago. The speed has slowed down a hair. It might not seem like much, but it has kind of slowed down. It's not going to stall, but it'll continue to kind of move up towards the coast at 13 to 14 miles an hour. Pressure is at 9:30. It was at 9:30 at 8 a.m., so it did not change between 9 and 8. That's a good sign. That means it's not rapidly deepening anymore, at least we don't think. And just by the view of satellite, I mean, any way you look at it, it's still a very powerful and dangerous storm. We've got it on our radars as well. Our radar continues to show that eye wall, which is going to be the area that is around the eye, being the most intense part of the storm. Now, there's an area of no rain right here. And so if you're getting into the eye, there may be a brief period where the rain stops, really intense, the rain stops, and then it gets really intense again. And that's pretty common in these. And we may be looking at this thing trying to kind of level off at this point, and I think that's what's happening. But radar showing these reds in here, these are going to be your 185 mile per hour wind gusts, and those are going to move right into Port Fourchon, Grand Isle, Leeville, Golden Meadow, Galliano. If I'm naming any of these towns, you've got to be in a safe spot like we're telling you there's a tornado coming right at your house, because this is going to produce tornadic-like damage as it moves on in. So that's where we're at with the track of it. Now, looking at the exact track, that is the red line, that's the center line of the cone we would be looking at. It moves up straight through Lafourche and Terrebonne. I mean, it moves right over Houma, moves right over Thibodaux, moves over parts of the river parishes. There's St. James, there's Ascension and Assumption Parish, and then it heads up towards Baton Rouge as well. So there's been no big changes with the track. What we're really going to be watching here in New Orleans is that flooding threat, and it's going to come from that eastern side of the storm. So we can get an idea on, at first we were thinking, well, how much of this eastern side is actually going to impact New Orleans? If we look at, let me go back to this center line here to now analyze this, because we can measure the distance here with the current look of it. Let me stop this. And if you look at it, we get a ruler here. We'll draw it from the center out towards kind of the edge of where that heavy rain stops. We're looking at about 65, 70 miles. Then we could come over here where we think the center is going to be once it's closer to Thibodaux and Houma. And then you draw that out 60 to 70 miles, and it puts most of New Orleans in the thick of this part right here, which, yes, is going to be a wind threat, but our big concern is also going to be that flooding threat from the rainfall. So this is a big concern as this moves up to us. Now, it's going to be moving through the South Shore through the rest of the afternoon. North Shore, you will have the chance to get in on the heavy rain flooding and the 100+ mile per hour wind gusts later this afternoon and going into this evening.
All right, Peyton, thank you very much. We are heading down to Terrebonne Parish and our Danny Monteverdi. Danny, you with us?
Hey, Eric, yes, good morning. We are here in the Terrebonne Parish Emergency Operations Center. We've been outside a lot of it this morning, but we wanted to show you what it looks like inside. And real quick, I'm going to step out of the way and show you what's happening. As we know, there's going to be some bad weather coming this way, and this place is in full swing right now. Everyone from law enforcement, public safety, Army Corps of Engineers, you name it, in terms of anyone who needs to respond to this the storm, that they're all here at the Emergency Operations Center in Terrebonne Parish, which is expected to take a big brunt of this today, and they are here on the clock, and you can see working to make sure everything stays as safe as possible. So that's what's happening inside of here. Or actually, real quick, Mike McDaniel, my colleague, just came back from out on the streets, and Mike, we just showed what it's like inside. What's happening outside?
Yeah, so we literally just walked in the door. So we were in Thibodaux. We're staying in Thibodaux, same place you guys are. So on our journey down here, we just kind of rode around Thibodaux and also in Shreveport on the way down. So in Thibodaux, we caught up with this family of 5. They were at a gas station trying to get some last-minute fuel because they live in Cutoff. They left their home at like 5 or 6 this morning, just heading north. They have no direction. They don't know where they're going. They don't want to go east or west because that's where everybody was going. So they're just driving north trying to get out of this storm. They have nothing with them except just as much as they could grab and get out, because when they saw that projection this morning, they knew that it was time to pack up and leave. So they're doing just that. Riding into Shreveport, we talked to a gentleman who's staying behind with his house, with his wife, and I believe his daughter. They're going to stay behind. They want to protect their property. We heard that a lot for a lot of folks as their reasons to not heed these warnings and get out. He said he's retired state police, so he knows what it's like to kind of go through these situations. He's stayed behind before. His worry is that he will not be able to come back to his home for months. That's a very legitimate concern when you look at the path and the strength of the storm. So he's staying put. Another gentleman we talked to in Thibodaux, a neighborhood in Thibodaux, said that he was going to stay behind. He had supplies. He had a wife and a son with him, so he's going to stay put. He's right in the older part of Thibodaux, right near Nicholls State University. So he's right in that area. So he seems to be okay. At this point, we're certainly going to go check on him once the storm passes over. We certainly hope he's okay. He's got a big tree right next to his house. He said it survived all the other hurricanes over the past 20 years. He's hoping it will survive this one. So.
terms of, we're here at mid-morning now, what's it like out there right now in terms of the weather?
So just driving, it's just kind of drizzling, misty rain. You can tell that there's that omniscience in the sky a little bit. The sun's actually trying to peek through outside just a little bit. So in certain areas, you get that little hit of sun right in your eye, or right in your face, and that humidity really kicks in. But we know what's to come. But the rain is still slowly starting to trickle in here, and the winds are starting to pick up a little bit.
And so, Eric, that's kind of the situation here. As we've seen all morning, there's been nothing. We're seeing on TVs here in the EOC that there are a lot of places where we aren't, where there's a lot of rain happening, a lot of wind. Oddly enough, where we are, and this is just kind of one snapshot, where we are in Terrebonne Parish, the northern part of the parish near the Lafourche Parish line. It's oddly calm right now, as you heard Mike McDaniel say a few minutes ago. When we were out there this morning before sunrise, excuse me, there was some wind, there was some rain, but about as light as can be in both regards. And so that's kind of where things stand here right now. Unfortunately, we're fully expecting things to change in the next little bit. But again, it's just kind of an odd situation right now where here in particular, it's relatively calm. And I should say, we don't want that to be a reason for people to start going out of their houses and getting out and doing things. It's best right now, and just until the storm is entirely gone, to just stay put where you are. That's kind of what we're dealing with here right now, Eric.
And if the track stays where it is, you guys are ground zero for what could be a really strong Category 4 or a Category 5 storm, and that area has never gone through anything like this before.
Exactly, and that's the key thing, is that the storm is still out there. It didn't go away. It hasn't gone away. Again, as we said a second ago, other places around the metro area are being affected by it now. The storm is still out there, churning, spiraling in this direction. It's just there's been this little odd break in the bad weather here, and so that's probably the key thing. If there are people watching this in the Terrebonne Parish area right now, again, don't let this lull you into a false sense of security. We've said that a few times today, especially earlier this morning when it was just kind of a light rain, as we saw other places starting to get heavier rain. So again, I know it's very repetitive. It's just an odd sort of set of circumstances right here where, again, you heard Mike McDaniel say a second ago that the sun was trying to peek out in some spots.
Well, for the folks who stayed, hopefully they don't regret that move after the storm hit. Sorry, Danny. Thank you very much. And tell Mike thank you, too.
All right, now we want to head over to Plaquemines Parish, where Candace Charles is. And guys, this parish is going to see significant storm surge for the majority of the parish.
Definitely. Candace, what are you seeing now?
I don't know if you guys can kind of hear it right behind me, but it's really heavy wind. As soon as we got here to the EOC building, we could feel the wind. The rain was starting to come down, really just going throughout the parish. It was very quiet, a lot of dead streets. A few of the streets actually had their lights out. Some of the restaurants and buildings had lights out already. Talking to the parish president briefly, he mentioned that, power may be going out fairly soon, but that a lot of people have already evacuated. For those that are still here, he's asking people to just hunker down and be prepared to lose power anytime soon. Of course, they have a lot of people here at the EOC who are prepared, waiting to help in any way that they can. I've seen blankets and places for people to lay down and rest while they prepare to help other folks here. Everyone's just waiting to see what's going to happen, but they really are staying prepared to help anyone who may need it.
All right. Thank you very much, Candace.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Well, good morning once again. Thank you for joining our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida, a strong Category 4, possibly making a landfall as a Category 5.
Yeah, it's so scary how close it is. It's literally several miles per hour of winds that's making the difference from this becoming a Category 5 storm.
And regardless, it's gonna do so much damage.
Yeah. And it's 9:27 now. It's expected to make landfall around noon. And we just heard Danny and Mike talking about kind of the calm before the storm in Terrebonne. But then we heard Candace talking about the heavy wind already in Plaquemines. And we're seeing impacts all over our viewing area.
Well, and Danny, as I was saying to Danny, those guys are at ground zero if this thing keeps on where it is. Yeah. And we have never seen a storm of this magnitude, this strength, hit the shores of Louisiana.
And I think that's what's scaring people, because these are people who've lived through Betsy, who've lived through Katrina. So they're going, wait, this is stronger than all of those. And especially when it comes to winds, it is.
And and you think about, in the old days, there used to be a lot of marshland that would help protect it.
Right.
That marshland is so decimated now, and it'll be even more decimated after this storm.
Let's get over to Michelle now for the very latest.
And this storm, it is truly an incredible storm. As of the latest update of 9 a.m., the pressure hasn't changed much, which is actually good news. So it's not continuing to strengthen as it gets closer to the southeast Louisiana coastline. Okay. But it is still packing winds of 150 miles per hour with wind gusts of 185. So again, we're looking at Category 5 wind gusts. They're very strong wind gusts, and I am expecting widespread damage across the area as this thing makes landfall. Already starting to see strong winds push on shore, and it's about 40 miles south-southeast of Grand Isle. So again, it is continuing to get closer and closer to us, and some of us are already feeling the effects here across southeast Louisiana. But you can see how well defined that eye is there, and really the strongest winds are located around the eye wall. And keep in mind, we're already seeing those outer bands push into the area, and notice how massive this storm is. We are seeing, again, those outer rain bands extending all the way to portions of the panhandle this morning. And we do expect, again, for that rain to continue on shore as we head into the afternoon hours. So I do want to zoom in into that eye. Just look how well defined that eye is there. Now, so as Peyton was mentioning there, as that eye wall makes landfall later on today, some areas will see a bit of a calm period before things really start to intensify. And again, you'll find the strongest winds around that eye wall there. And as of the latest update, we're actually finding hurricane force winds extending well from the eye wall about 40 miles out. So we're looking at an extreme wind warning for much of the area south of the lake. So again, things are really starting to intensify in terms of winds at the moment. So as we take a look at a few readings here, some areas are already seeing 97 mile per hour winds sustained. Grand Isle, 56 mile per hour winds. Notice the wind gust, 75 miles per hour, and of course that is going to continue to pick up. As we head to Shell Beach, right now we're looking at sustained winds of 45 miles per hour, and the water's already starting to get rough in those areas, in Lake Bourne continuing to rise. And we're looking at, it looks like the wind speeds there, or the wind gusts rather, at 53 miles per hour, and it's also picking up at the lakefront. So when we're talking about the wind field, again, we'll be dealing with strong winds throughout much of the day. We're looking at those hurricane force winds extending from the center of the storm about 40 miles out, tropical force winds about 140 miles out. So notice as we head into this evening, still dealing with strong winds across southeast Louisiana. This is going to cause some big time problems in terms of storm surge, and I'll get to the storm surge graphic in just a bit. As we head into tonight, still dealing with strong winds, and I do expect in the North Shore areas we'll start seeing those winds really start picking up later on this evening. So we'll start seeing things start to improve as we head into tomorrow afternoon. Now, rainfall, a lot of tropical moisture is associated with this system. We've been talking about it for some time. We saw the first outer bands push into the area earlier this morning. We had a few tornado warnings in effect. Haven't heard of any damages though. So we had that first rain band push in. Here comes the second one. Right now we are seeing light to moderate rain in a few spots, but it will start to get heavy again as that eye wall makes landfall. I popped up the forecast track here. Again, this is what the National Hurricane Center, their official forecast. Again, if it jogs to the east here, again, we'll see stronger winds because New Orleans will be closer to that eye wall. And if it jogs to the west, we are still going to see pretty strong winds, but it will be less intense. Nonetheless, we are on the dirty side, the wetter side of the system, so we will see heavy rain across portions of New Orleans, stretching into Belle Chase. Again, the West Bank going to see heavy rain. Galliano already seeing heavy rain at the moment, and they will come in spurts. And I do want to show you how well defined that eye is, seeing strong thunderstorms around that eye. So it's just very telling how strong this system is. So we'll go ahead and cover parish by parish. North Shore, again, you all will start really seeing the effects later on this afternoon. In terms of rainfall, between 6 to 10 inches of rain. That is a whole lot of rain, and then coupled with storm surge. So it's going to take some time for that water to drain out, again, especially with the lake already rising. And we're looking at maximum sustained winds of between 70 to 80 miles per hour. So we could potentially see some damage in your areas later on this afternoon. So down trees, power outages, and notice the wind gusts up to 110 miles per hour, so that is very strong. And then along Lake Pontchartrain, the storm surge between 5 to 8 feet. As we take a look at the Metro New Orleans area, we're looking at about 6 to 10 inches as well, but locally we may see higher amounts, maybe about 12, even 15 inches. But the winds will be pretty strong again as we get closer to that eye wall. Maximum sustained winds there between 100 to 120 miles per hour with wind gusts about 120, possibly 130 miles per hour. Again, damaging winds. And then the storm surge around the lake, we're looking at 8 to 12 feet. Again, this is going to be around Lake Bourne. As we head to the river parishes, again in the highlighted areas, the rainfall, we're looking between 5 to 10 inches and possibly higher amounts, of course. And then the winds, I up the winds between 110 to 130 miles per hour, and then the wind gusts 130. So we're looking at some very strong winds. And even later on this afternoon, the winds will remain pretty strong as that system moves through the area. And of course, we are expecting this system to slowly or actually rapidly weaken again as that center of the storm lose its fuel. Storm surge, we're looking at between 4 to 8 feet around the lakes. And as we head into the bayou parishes, again, I do think the bayou parishes will really feel the brunt of this storm. Again, that includes Lafourche and also Terrebonne parishes there. We're looking at 5 to 10 inches of rainfall. And I do think we'll see a little bit more than that, up to 15, even 20 inches of rain. Again, this system is expected to slow down some. All that tropical moisture, all that tropical rain, it is going to cause some issues. So winds, the strongest winds in these areas between 130 to 140 mile per hour winds with strong wind gusts of 170 mile per hour winds. That's catastrophic. We are going to see widespread damages across these areas throughout the afternoon. Storm surge now, we're looking at 8 to 16 feet, again, along our coastlines. And when we're talking about wind gusts, I do think the stronger wind gusts will be isolated along our coastal areas, again, as that eye wall makes its approach to southeast Louisiana. So as we head to St. Bernard and Plaquemines, we're looking at 4 to 8 inches of rainfall, winds between 120 to 130, and I also upped the wind gust to 150 mile per hour wind gusts, and then storm surge between 12 to 16 feet. Again, that is a lot of water pushing up on shore. And then as we head to the Mississippi coast, between 4 to 8 inches of rainfall, and then winds 45 to 55 miles per hour winds. Again, we'll be dealing with the tropical storm force winds in those areas, and then storm surge along the Mississippi coastline between 8 to 12 feet. So I do want to show you another graphic here, again, just showing the storm surge potential. We are looking at a devastating storm surge potential along these areas. That's where we think we'll see the most, especially as that eye wall makes its approach to our area.
All right, thank you very much, Michelle.
Yeah, we have plenty going on, and we've been following a lot of stuff. Already we've had all kinds of power outages, and we're not even in the thick of any of the storm yet.
Right, in some of these areas, they're getting like wind gusts of 50 miles per hour. You got to remember that's the same areas that will see gusts of almost 150 miles per hour. They've already lost power. It's unbelievable.
All right, here's some things you need to know from Jade.
What you need to know before Ida makes landfall, including an important update on the causeway, which we'll get to in a second. St. Tammany Parish has announced Abita Springs is now under a curfew until further notice. Parish leaders will be providing an update on their plan for Ida coming up at 10:15 this morning. Earlier today, the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office says they may not be able to respond to an emergency during Hurricane Ida, but as soon as it is safe, the deputies will get back out and they will begin responding to those in need of help. Grocery store chain Winn-Dixie says it is trying to stay open during Hurricane Ida, but most stores are closing. Winn-Dixie issued this statement a short time ago. It reads in part, quote, "We are working hard to stock our stores and keep them open for as long as we can. We can do so safely in preparation for Hurricane Ida. With that said, we have started closing stores ahead of the storm to ensure the safety of our communities." More closures will likely occur on a case-by-case basis. And St. Charles Parish residents say if you feel like your life is in danger from Hurricane Ida, you have two options. Two shelters of last resort are open. One is at the Edward Dufresne Community Center in Luling. The other is in Destrehan at Harry Hurst Middle School on Roadrunner Lane. There won't be any supplies available at the shelter, so you will have to bring anything you need. And also an important update that just came in a bit ago, the Causeway Commission is closing the causeway at 11 a.m. due to high winds. Remember, you can get more updates along with the live interactive radar by using our app.
All right, and right now we are being joined by Jefferson Parish Councilman Dino Bonanno. Thank you for joining us this morning, Dino. This is going to be a rough one, and right now we were just talking about this here. We're already seeing, thousands and thousands of power outages, and we're not even into the rough wind yet. Do we have Dino? Okay, we just lost Dino. All right, we just lost Dino Bonanno, but I'm sorry, Corona Control's talking to me. Okay, Meg Ferris is joining us now. Meg is on the West Bank now. Meg, you've been all over the place this morning.
Yeah, and Eric, I just heard you talking about power outages. We're over here in Harvey right now, of course, on the West Bank of Jefferson Parish, and there are two places right near where we are here at the Harvey Canal that already have power outages, and we're getting some pretty strong bands. Right now, we're not being blown around, but a few minutes ago, it was hard to even open the car doors. So yes, there are power outages, and there are two major ones here on the West Bank. Also, we've been seeing a lot of Jefferson Parish Sheriff's deputies' cars speeding with their lights on, and I talked to Jefferson Parish Public Information. He was saying that they're just doing that for visibility. There's nothing wrong right now, so if you see that or hear that in your neighborhood, nothing major is happening right now. They just do that so that they're very visible. But the reason we came over here, remember, Eric, last hour we were over by the London Canal in Lake Terrace on the East Bank, over by UNO, to talk about the upgrades since Katrina. So we decided to come over here to the West Bank where there have been major upgrades. The flood wall, because there were issues with the system, and this was built after Katrina. They're T-walls, not I-walls, so it's much more structurally sound over here. They're higher, average height of 15 feet. And you may remember you're hearing people saying that it was going to top, but they can plan for that. They believe this is not going to top the surge that's coming in, and that the height of these flood walls were recently elevated at a cost of $23 million. So they believe that they are going to be able to sustain all this, and that minor overtopping, it's set up to do that. Here comes a feeder band, and that they can handle that. So we're just trying to show some people some of the areas that have been changed since Katrina, because we've been talking about anxiety all morning. And so we came over here, and so far on the West Bank, as we've been driving around, photographer Rick Riggins and I, things look okay. We haven't seen any major flooding or pooling of water anywhere. Of course, the streets are just as quiet as can be. You see a stray person every now and then. We saw some National Guard people walking around. They didn't look like they were staged. They looked like maybe they were getting ready to be staged. But so far, everything over here looks good. But of course, we haven't gotten into the worst part of it yet, Eric.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. We now do have Councilman Dino Bonanno from Jefferson Parish on the line with us. First of all, Councilman, thank you for joining us. And we're talking about, thousands of power outages now, and the wind is not all that bad compared to what we're going to see later on.
No, not in Upper Jefferson, but right now we're monitoring our weather stations. And on Grand Isle, we've had gusts so far as high as 129 miles an hour. But right now, looking at it, it's sustained in the 90s, and that's what's coming our way.
Yeah. And then what's your biggest concern for your constituents in Jefferson Parish? Because you guys are west of the city. You guys are a little closer to the to what'll be the eye of the storm. Your winds and rain could be a little stronger than we see here in the city.
Yes, certainly. I mean, those areas inside the levee protection system are going to be fine as when it comes to storm surge. Obviously, those ones outside of the levee system are an area of big concern, but high winds, we're going to have a lot of down power lines, a lot of damage. So we've had a lot, I would gather to say that at least 50% of our citizens stayed. So we're going to have a lot of people trapped in their homes without power.
Yeah. Well, and the other concern you have, too, is the same one we do here in Orleans Parish. If we get tons and tons of rain, there's only so much we can take in a certain amount of time.
Well, fortunately, all of our pumps, with the exception of one, are operational. All of our pump stations are fully manned at this time. And post Katrina, we built safe rooms that we can actually put our people in even when the winds get bad, and they can continue to operate the pumps electronically from inside the safe room. So we hopefully can minimize the amount of water that remains in our streets.
Yeah, and that's all good. I mean, it's a great system you guys have over there. However, if you get 4 or 5 inches in a couple of hours, I mean, how much can you deal with?
No, so our pumping capacity is 1 inch an hour the first hour and 1/2 inch an hour thereafter. So obviously you're right. If we get 4 or 5 inches in a very short period of time, there's always that threat of flooding.
And even if it accumulates over, say, a 5 or 10 or even 24-hour period, and we get the kind of rain that meteorologists are projecting, I mean, it could be real trouble.
It absolutely could. And that's why we're working hard to try to minimize the potential for that. But Mother Nature is not something you can control. So that is always a real possibility in these type of events, that you could have those rain bands that we call train right over top of one area and build up water in the streets beyond what we're able to pump, and may threaten people's homes.
And now, what are you telling your residents in Jefferson who did stay and may come to regret it later? If there is an emergency, hospitals are overloaded right now. It'd be hard for emergency personnel to get out if in the middle of a storm. I mean, it is tough.
No, so if you decide to stay in a storm like that, there's going to be a period of time when winds reach 50 miles an hour sustained, that emergency response and response to any emergency call, whether it's fire, police, EMS, probably won't happen again till those winds fall below 50 miles an hour, because you're going to get a fireman or a policeman killed by flying debris or floodwater trying to get to those individuals.
And what about hospitals? How are hospitals in Jefferson right now? I know a lot of them are at or near capacity right now.
Certainly, with the COVID issue going on, a lot of our hospitals, as you said, are full. And so, we're going to have to manage that process as it comes. And so the hospitals are going to have to prioritize, what victims come in and how critical their conditions are and who gets treated first. And you guys feel like you've been pretty prepared for this? Yeah, ever since Katrina, we spent a lot of time fortifying our systems and hardening them and putting duplicate systems in place for communications, et cetera. So we're better prepared now than we ever have been, and our levees are better now than they've ever been. So, we're very confident that our levee systems are going to protect us in this event, and we're hopeful that all our duplicate systems will keep us up and running. Yeah, and the thing we're most worried about, because the storm surge is not going to affect the South Shore as much as it did in, say, a Katrina. The levee system is 100 times better than it was then. The big problem is going to be wind and rain, and it's going to be plenty of it. That's absolutely right. Wind and rain, and we do have a significant amount of homes outside the levee system in Lower Jefferson, and that's where we're most fearful that people are going to be at risk. Yeah, and especially if it keeps on the track it's talking about, or even goes a little bit to the east, I mean, it could be devastating in some of the places. I mean, Grand Isle, Lafitte, places like that are outside the hurricane protection system. Yeah, absolutely. So we're on the east side of the storm, which is always the wettest side and the one that has the greatest winds. So when it comes ashore, which we'll be doing shortly, we're going to be subjected to the worst conditions that this storm has. And how many people evacuated from Lower Jefferson? Do you have any figures on that? Most of the people left Grand Isle. There are a couple dozen people there. We have our firemen on the island that we're in constant communication with. And then in the Lafitte Crown Point area, you still have a significant amount of people there. We don't have an exact count, but I'm sure there are upwards of 500 to 1,000 people outside the levee system. All right, Dino, thank you very much. We appreciate that. And, we're all hoping for the best in this one. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Right. Thank you very much, Eric. We just got news that the causeway will be closing at 11 o'clock due to Hurricane Ida.
That's right. And now we're talking to Carlton Dufreshow, General Manager of the Causeway Commission. And as Sheba mentioned, it's going to be closed starting at 11 o'clock. Why did you make that decision now?
We've got some gusts up to 50 already.
Wow.
It's pretty torrential rains. You've got a squall line going through over the bridge right now, and if the winds the winds are going to continue to pick up. So our best guesstimate at the moment looks like 11. It could be a little bit before or a little bit after, but if anyone needs to use a bridge to go north or south, ask them to please try to get to us as quickly as possible. The weather conditions are going down, and they're going down pretty quick out here.
And I'm interested, have you seen a lot of people crossing the bridge today? Because, of course, we're about 2 hours out from landfall for the storm.
It's minimal, but we've still got a good number. I would say, I just saw two SUVs get on the bridge going north as we talk. So
okay.
The short story is, though, if you need to go north or south and use the causeway, please come to us real quickly.
Okay. And my question is, do you have any idea when it would reopen?
First thing we're going to do after the winds die down is we'll get out there and inspect the bridge. Even if at earliest that's going to have to be after dawn, sometime after dawn tomorrow. We do have not only our own internal inspection crews, but also professional engineers that'll come out and look at the entire bridge with us. So I would hope that by this time, late morning tomorrow, we'll be looking at an opening.
Yeah, and that was my question about the integrity of the structure after a storm like this. Of course, we're looking at winds that could be up to 100 miles per hour in the area where the causeway is. Tell us, what type of winds is this bridge built to withstand?
Well, it's gone through, let's see, everything since 1956. So I think that would be Carla, Hilda, Betsy. Oh my gosh, I don't want to date myself too much to remember everything in there, including Katrina.
Right.
But the bridge should make it.
Okay.
We may lose some signage, we might lose some electronic equipment, but I'm very confident the bridge will be here. The only thing we have to watch out if we have excessive surge in waves, and that could have some impacts to some of the deck sections. But at this point, we think the bridge will be in good shape.
I did go through it last night around 10 o'clock, and I was at least excited to see there was no toll at that time.
How you like that?
I love that. We should make that
I'm glad you got
thing.
a free ride.
I was also wondering, you have a police force for the
Yes.
for the causeway. When it's closed down, are they just off, or will you relocate them to?
No, we're manning the bridge around the clock. The only difference at this point is we will not have anyone on the bridge. None of our police officers. No one will be at the bascule. None of the map. They'll be at both ends of the bridge, and obviously watching to be sure no one's trying to get on the bridge when we shouldn't.
Definitely. And I don't know if you're at your office right now, but I know you have a view overlooking the causeway and Lake Pontchartrain. Kind of talk about the conditions you've seen this morning. Are you seeing rain and stuff right now?
It's actually just slacked off as we're speaking, and the lake levels are starting to come up. The lake is actually starting to cover a bit of the bike path on the flood side, on the lake side of the hurricane protection levee. The birds are loving it. They are soaring all over the place. A couple of seagulls out here, and I hope they get their rear ends out of Dodge kind of quickly. And the wind again, the last we had was about 40 sustained, going up to 50. There are a good number of white caps. If you were a surfer, you would love it. The wind's out of the northeast, and actually there's some good waves coming into the shoreline right as we speak.
All right, so it sounds like in general you don't have any major concerns. You guys, of course, have to do this closure because of the concern for wind, but other than that, it doesn't sound like you have any long-term concerns.
Not for the structure of the bridge, no. We may lose some equipment, we might lose some signage, we may not have the ability to cameras that we typically enjoy, but structurally the bridge should make it. But before we do allow any traffic on the bridge, we will do a thorough inspection tomorrow.
All right, we see those final couple of cars crossing right now. Again, if you are going to take the causeway, guys, you have until 11 o'clock, so about an hour to get where you're going. Carlton Dufresne, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Be safe.
You too.
And a little while ago, we did talk with Ghassan Korban about the pump situation. 96 are working out of the 99 pumps. The one thing he did say that was very important is that turbine number 4, that big generator, is working.
Yeah, he also said something that we've heard him say many recent storms, that this amount of rain, no system can handle this,
Right.
which I think is always scary for people to hear, because in the best case scenario, he's basically saying we are going to see some flooding.
And the thing is, even if it stretches over a long period of time, if you get that much rain just pounding and pounding and pounding, it's going to be trouble. So anyway, here's part of the interview we had with Ghassan Korban.
We have 96 pumps working out of the 99.
And that is, excuse me, Ghassan, that is troubling to a lot of people that 3 pumps are out, especially if we get the kind of rain that we're talking about. Because would you call these critical pumps?
Well, two of them are less critical, only because I say that a lot of cases where we have multiple pumps in a given station, hardly ever we run them all at the same time. The number exists for redundancy, so we may lack slight redundancy in two situations. The one that obviously a little bit more concerning, especially for that's in the DPS 12, because it's a one-station pump, and there's a built redundancy in that area where the canals actually are interconnected, and whatever isn't we won't be able to pump with the DPS 12. The water will flow toward other canals, and the water is directed to DPS 6, which has we have 14 working pumps in that station.
Yeah.
So we're confident that we will handle that. Now, keep in mind that the intensity of this rain is going to make some of this irrelevant, to be honest with you, because it's going to overwhelm the system regardless whether we have 96 or 99.
And Ghassan, can you clear something up? Because we have heard numbers bandied about for so many years. Is it the first inch you can handle, then half an inch after that, or what is the exact figure? Or do we actually know what they can take per hour, max?
Yes, what we know is that our system is designed for half inch per hour. Okay, the reason the first hour is 1 inch per hour instead of half is because we allow for saturation of soil. Obviously, some of that water, the first half inch is absorbed with soil, and also some of the water goes into the canals, and there's a lot of storage capacity that initial half inch. So, and then after that, it's designed for half inch per hour for every hour after that. We all know that it hardly rains like that, in a steady fashion. If it does, we will be able to handle it without any problems. Obviously, the issue here is that we're going to have intense rain that well exceeds the half inch, and water will back up and you'll have flooded streets. And again, our job becomes to drain that water as fast as we can.
All right, guys, and we are getting updates from a lot of agencies right now. We're going to have an update on power outages in just a second. Also just got an update from the airport. We knew that all flights in and out of the city were canceled today. We're getting some numbers on that, learning that more than 200 flights were canceled at the airport today. More than 100 canceled yesterday. They've also canceled more than 100 for Monday. So, of course, the airport not operating. What's also interesting, they say there are 30 individuals who are still in the terminal. They're not using the airport as a shelter.
They may have had nowhere to go.
Exactly. They're not using it as a shelter, but they said they're going to make sure those 30 people stay safe.
And right now we're having plenty of power outages, and this is well before we get into the really rough weather. 48,000 around the state.
That's right. More than 18,000 in Orleans, more than 13,000 in Jefferson, more than 5,000 in Lafourche, and about 7,400 in Plaquemines. And yeah, Eric, you're right. I mean, this is before any of the real bad stuff we're going to see.
And this is just the lighter winds. I mean, if we get those gusts in the metro area of 80, 90 miles an hour, I mean, it could just devastate the power grid.
Oh, it would be unbelievable. And Peyton was saying in the CBD, of course, with the high rises there, you could see winds of up to 110 miles per hour at some points during the storm.
We're going to take a quick break and be back with more coverage of Ida after this.
Terminex, locally owned and operated. We've been protecting homes from termites for...
Fortunately, we're getting closer to that noon hour or so when Hurricane Ida is going to make a landfall as either a powerful Category 4 or a 5. This is the Wrigley's Marina. This is out by the Venetian Isles area. I used to live out there, and whenever you get those winds coming in, pushing pushing water into the lake, it always backs up into areas like this.
Wow. Yeah, you can see the water already high there. We've already mentioned high water and power outages are impacts that we're already seeing almost 50,000 across the state.
Yeah, and this, of course, is outside. This is all Orleans Parish. This is outside the hurricane protection levees. So they close off that gate on Chef Highway, and I mean, for these folks, there's no way to get out, and there's no way to get people in.
Right, we've seen those pictures of people taking their kids to school on kayaks just during a rain event.
Yeah. It's something they're used to. That's why everything is built up high out there. But boy, they took a lot of damage 16 years ago on this day with Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
Hopefully they get spared today on this anniversary.
All right, let's get over to Jade Cunningham now with some things you need to know at this hour. It is now 10 o'clock.
Well, here's what you need to know before Ida makes landfall. The causeway is about to be closed due to the deteriorating weather and high winds. The bridge will close at 11 a.m., so in about an hour or so. We do not know exactly when it will reopen. The Causeway General Manager joined us a short time ago and said the bridge would reopen no earlier than tomorrow at dawn. So if you absolutely have to travel on the causeway, you need to get there now. The Entergy power outages continue to grow. Right now, more than 48,000 customers have lost power in Louisiana. Orleans Parish has the most at nearly 20,000. Jefferson Parish has more than 13,000 customers affected. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell will provide an update coming up at 11:30 this morning. She will be joined by other city leaders as they look to address the public right before Hurricane Ida makes landfall. If you lose power during Hurricane Ida, remember to keep your refrigerator doors closed. This will help lock in the cold air, which in turn will help keep your food stay cold longer. It's also a good idea to freeze containers of water to make ice that will help keep food cool in both the fridge and freezer. And any plastic container will work. Airtight freezer bags can also work as well. And remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar by using our WWL-TV app.
All right, as we mentioned, time's now 10:02. Let's get back over to Peyton for the very latest on, did we just get another update, Peyton?
Yeah, we're getting our hourly update still. 10 a.m., 150 mile per hour hurricane, so no strengthening at all. 185, it's still a very dangerous storm. Of course, it's slowing down a little bit, and I've got to switch over my source here really fast, but if you notice, pressure has gone up to 933, so that's a good sign. This is still a very dangerous storm, but at least we're not seeing it deepening anymore, meaning that pressure is not dropping anymore, but it's still producing significant impacts. All right, so as we look at what we've got across the area right now, we are tracking Hurricane Ida at this point, and I want to take a look at the metro winds here because every now and then I'm hearing some loud booms outside, and that winds are really kicking in the metro right now. And as we just mentioned, we already have quite a bit of power outages, and the worst is yet to come by a long shot. Winds right now, we're sustained at 43 at the lakefront. We've got tropical storm conditions across the lakefront. We're gusting to 53 at the airport at the lakefront, and we're gusting to 41 at MSY. The winds, what you're seeing now at the lakefront, could easily double, if not a little bit more, what we're going to see later on this afternoon as Ida gets closer. So it is very windy across the area right now. We've kind of gotten to that point where you need to go to where you need to go. If you're in New Orleans, if you're anywhere really, you need to get to where you need to be safe from this thing as we ride it on out. So as I said, it's still 150 mile per hour hurricane, category 4 here, and we're looking at those gusts upwards of about 185. I believe our radar is having problems there, but 185 miles per hour, and it is the pressure is not dropping. So that's a good thing. That means it's not still strengthening. Now notice if you're for locations down along the coast, you're now getting into the worst part of the hurricane, Grand Isle. You've almost got 2 eye walls here, and this is the most intense part here. That's the center of the hurricane. There's going to be a little bit of a break. So if you are, I doubt anyone down here is watching us because winds are likely gusting now over 100 miles an hour. If you're watching us or listening to us, there's going to be a little bit of a breakthrough part of this hurricane. Do not go out in it. The winds will still be kicking here, but there may be a little bit of a break in the rain, and then the most intense part of the eye wall right here is going to come through. then the eye comes through, and then you get the backside of the storm after that. So landfall still looks like it's going to be Port Fourchon, and I mean Port Fourchon may take a direct hit from the center, but that does leave most of Lower Jefferson here, up through Lafourche Parish, Plaquemines Parish here. All are getting hammered right now by the hurricane Category 4 with 150-mile-per-hour winds and surges coming on up. I just saw a video out of Grand Isle where we do have storm surge that is continuing to go up for these areas down in here. So that is the most immediate concern with Ida. Then it's headed up through Lafourche Parish. Now, I will say the track of this is, we've been talking about it, these minor shifts are going to matter, and now it's shifted about 10 miles back this way. It was deadline over Houma and Thibodaux earlier. It's now back more through Raceland and going up through Chack Bay, and then up through Gonzales in the center of this center of the cone, or center of the line, and also up through St. James Parish. That means we're going to be looking at this eastern side of the storm, that eastern part, moving up through the New Orleans metro, moving up through St. Bernard, moving up through the rest of Plaquemines. Things are going to get rough here in New Orleans in the next couple of hours. So that's why we're saying get to where you need to be. If you do not live in a sturdy structure anywhere in our area, you've got to be somewhere sturdy. You've got to be in something with a foundation. You've got to be somewhere with no windows, no big windows, things like that. And if you need to be elevated, you need to be elevated. We're talking about storm surge here. So there's something to think of. If you're in New Orleans, time has really run out to get somewhere safe as we see tropical storm conditions move into the city. Now, as you look on the North Shore, we're getting some pretty good bands up here, but a lot of these are lifting to the north very quickly, and I mean, they're almost just flying to the north. So at times, there's definitely some gusty winds and some heavy rain on the North Shore, but nothing too bad. That will likely change over the next couple of hours or so, and then this afternoon and evening on the North Shore are expected to be extremely rough. Rough as well. So as I said, this thing is slowing down. We've got it moving northwest now at 13 miles per hour. It was moving at about 15 miles per hour 2 hours ago, then it slowed to 14, now it's slowing to 13. This is all expected. So as it makes landfall, it'll make landfall in the next couple of hours, maybe next hour and a half or so near Port Fourchon. It's going to move to the north. By 7 o'clock, it's going to be towards the river parishes, and you're likely going to still be dealing with an intense Category 2 hurricane with sustained winds of 105 with gusts probably closer to 120. So that's when I think we're going to start to see the worst conditions in New Orleans and the river parishes. Late afternoon, we'll say 4, 5, 6 o'clock, and then as we get after 6 o'clock, it's going to continue. It's just when it's going to be moving towards the North Shore. So the conditions will, timing really has not changed on this thing at all over the past 8 hours or so. Now, it will eventually get on out of the area by tomorrow morning. It'll be to our north, up around Natchez, and then up around Jackson by tomorrow afternoon and evening. But you got to imagine, we're on the east side of this thing the entire time. We're going to have strong onshore flow continuing, so the surge is going to be slow to go down in the lake. The surge is going to be slow to go down on our coast, but we're also going to have this trailing moisture, so bands of rainfall are going to continue not only this afternoon, but tonight. We're probably still going to have some rain around tomorrow, and that's why we're really concerned with what is going on with regard to the flooding potential, not just with storm surge, but also with a rain. And I just have a friend who's staying on the North Shore just texted me and said, it seems like it's getting bad up here. So you are starting to see some of those outer bands really kick on the North Shore. Winds up there gusting anywhere between 30 to probably 40 to 50 in a few spots. But boy, it's starting to pick up. And that Grand Isle side has not reported in a while. I can guarantee it's a lot faster than 74 mile per hour wind gusts. We just talked to that official from Jefferson Parish, and they said they were clocking over 120 down there in Grand Isle. 56 is what it's gusting to at the lakefront, 29 Raceland. These are all going to be increasing, and I can still hear things rumbling outside. It's only going to get worse from here on out. So the overall wind threat has really not changed. 160 mile per hour wind gusts possible down along the coast, 110 to 130 closer to Houma, Thibodaux, and up along the river. We'll be closer to 100 in New Orleans, and then up on the North Shore, we're dealing with about 82, perhaps over 100 mile per hour wind gusts later this afternoon, and especially later this evening going into tonight.
Peyton, thank you very much. And now let's get back out to Plaquemines, where Candace Charles is standing by for us.
Yeah, I'm really glad I'm not outside right now, folks. You can kind of hear some of the wind just next to the window here. It's pretty loud. I'm in the EOC right now. As you can see, these folks are working hard. They're getting prepared to help all the folks who really need it, who are still here, and those who are actually away and planning on coming back home now have Parish President Kirk Lapine. Now, I know you guys have been prepared for this for the last couple of days. What are your biggest concerns at this point?
Our biggest concerns are always on Highway 23 in the middle part of our parish, where our low-lying levees are give us a bit of a trouble areas. We continue to watch them and monitor those. That cuts off our commerce on Highway 23, which it doesn't allow people back and forth. Highway 39 on our east bank of our parish, from the White Ditch area to Phoenix, is also doesn't have a back levee, and that water inundates and stays in there. So if this track continues to move quickly, as we see, and we hope that it stays on that water will probably come in, but when it turns around, we hope that water pushes out.
Definitely a lot of hopes here. I know you talked about the highways a few times. I know it's hard to tell how many people have evacuated, but did you mention that it was pretty crowded on the highways, right?
Yes, we ordered an evacuation starting Friday at 3 o'clock. We upped that on Saturday. We moved more north with that mandatory evacuation. We did see a steady line of vehicles moving up through the parish, and we were very hopeful that people heeded our warning, and we're confident we got a good many of our residents to safety.
Now, for those who didn't stay behind for whatever reasons, what advice would you give to those folks?
Well, it's here, guys. It's here. It's coming. I'm getting reports down in the Venice area and the Empire area. Some of my residents that stay who are in touch with me, and there's winds over 100 miles an hour. The water's coming in. It's pushing in a little bit. So it's coming north. So that means it's coming up to the Bell Chase area and the East Bank area. So our residents who stayed, be prepared for some long hours of wind and rain, and I hope you're in place. And after this, electricity will go out. We've had a report about 7,400 of our residents already out of power. So once this passes and the wind subsides, it's going to be very hot. So we want our residents to know it's going to get uncomfortable.
That's a lot of folks to be out of power. If all those folks are still here. Now, you guys will be having a meeting here shortly. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the plans you guys have going ahead?
We'll be meeting at 10:30. There's a weather call. Also, we'll be meeting with our department heads, strategizing when we can get out there as our quickest moment to do assessments, recovery. We will not send anyone out until the weather or the wind subside. So right now it's just a waiting mode and trying to get a plan in place.
Now, for those that did evacuate, can you tell them anything about recovery efforts? I know you mentioned this is going to take quite a bit of time to assess and everything, but anything you could tell those folks that have evacuated?
We're going to be out there as quick as we can. The sheriff's office and I will work in conjunction, but people's safety is paramount. So we want to make sure that is a safety conditions before we let anybody back in, or we're able to get to places that we need to get to. So we want our residents to know we're doing the best job that we can, and we'll be open for business as soon as we can.
I love the positivity. Definitely a lot of positivity here. If you give anybody just the last note of positivity, I love to get some positivity right now for folks. What can you say to them?
Look, keep your chin up. We've been through this before. We went through Katrina. This is the anniversary of Katrina today. I joked with Tommy Tucker on WWL that I want to skip the 29th from now on and go straight from the 28th to the 30th. And actually tomorrow is the anniversary of Isaac. So those three storms have done a number on Plaquemines Parish. But look, our residents are resilient. Our residents are the best people in the world, and they'll be back, and they'll be bigger and stronger than ever.
I love it. Thank you so much, Kirk. Thank you all so much for working so hard. We really do appreciate you guys. As it was mentioned, please stay strong. We are all resilient. We're going to get through this, you guys. For now, reporting in Plaquemines Parish, I'm Candace Charles, Eyewitness News.
All right. Excuse me. There's a news conference going on in St. Tammany Parish, and that's where we're headed next.
That's why we're waiting for, that's Parish President Mike Cooper. They're getting ready to give some updates on St. Tammany Parish. And of course, we've been checking in with parishes throughout the area, already seeing impacts in many areas, which is the scary part.
Yeah, and St. Tammany is going to see a lot of flooding, especially around, Mandeville, Madisonville, places like that, all along the lake.
Right, along the lake, and then they're worried about some of the river overflow as well.
Yeah.
And I live in Mandeville, and what's really scary is just the wind. I mean, we have so many of those really tall pine trees, so a lot of people are worried about that. But I know a lot of my neighbors are still around, just kind of hunkering down. So we're definitely thinking about them. Let's see if he's speaking yet. Doesn't sound like he's talking quite yet.
Well, and they have a lot of areas that really get hit hard. I mean, Slidell gets a lot of flooding.
Yes.
The lakefront around Madisonville, Mandeville gets a lot of flooding. And with the wind blowing up that way, toward the North Shore, we're not going to see it here pounding our levees here on the South Shore, but they will see a lot of it across the lake.
Definitely. We're waiting for updates there. Of course, we're not expecting this to be as drastic as the update we just got in Plaquemines Parish, right? Where they're already see impacts like power outages and that wind, and they're waiting for the storm surge.
Well, and again, Plaquemines, because of how it is geographically, they get it coming and going.
Yeah.
Good morning.
All right, this is
Mike Cooper, Parish President for St. Tammany Parish, along with Sheriff Randy Smith and St. Tammany Parish Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, Clarence Poe. We're coming to you this morning from the Emergency Operations Center here in downtown Covington to give an update on the serious storm, Hurricane Ida, which poses a serious threat to southeast Louisiana and St. Tammany Parish. And as I said yesterday, in advance of this dangerous storm, an emergency declaration has been declared for St. Tammany Parish in advance. Landfall is expected shortly around the Grand Isle, Port Fourchon area as a Cat 4 hurricane with 140 mile per hour winds. The storm will move northerly and affect St. Tammany Parish this afternoon, this evening, and early morning hours tomorrow. We can expect strong force winds, strong wind gusts throughout the day on Monday as well. We're expecting 70 to 80 mile per hour winds and 90 to 110 mile per hour gusts. With that, we can expect extensive tree damage and widespread power outages. We have reports now of over 7,500 power outages in St. Tammany Parish. In addition, we can expect a 5 to 8 foot storm surge along Lake Pontchartrain from Gust Island in Madisonville to the Wrigley's area in Slidell and all points in between, Madisonville, Mandeville, Lacombe, and Slidell. If you live in low-lying areas, you can expect to experience flooding. We know what flooding we experience when we have normal high tides or tropical storms or just hard thunderstorms. This you're going to experience much greater. The hurricane is expected to bring 10 inches or more of rain to our area. And because we're on the east side of the eye, there's a possibility of tornadoes. There's a tornado watch in St. Tammany until 7 p.m. tonight. Yesterday, we opened 2 shelters for the general public. They remain open. Creekside Junior High School in the Pearl River area. It's a general population and electrical dependent shelter. And Lee Road Junior High School north of Covington is a general population shelter as well. You must bring your own food, water, and bedding. But it's getting kind of late to leave to get to a shelter. What else can our citizens expect due to the effects of the storm? Local roadways will be inundated and impassable because of high water and downed trees and down power lines. Widespread power outages for an extended period of time, and inland and riverine flooding. We are monitoring rivers throughout St. Tammany Parish, and most are at current levels below flood stage, but have predicted crest flood stages in the days to come. The Defuncta River near Covington, it's expected to crest at 28 feet, which puts it in major flood stage. That's the gauge at Highway 190 near Goodby, Defuncta River near Covington, in the Goodby area. The Bogafly River at Boston Street, it's expected to crest at 15 feet on Tuesday at 8 a.m. These numbers can change as the amount of rain is determined. The Bogafly River near Camp Covington, that's off of 25 near St. Joseph Abbey and River Road. It's expected to crest at 56 feet on Tuesday morning, which is at critical flood levels. Other rivers, Abita River at Abita Springs, Bogachita near Bush, Pearl River near I-59, and Pearl River near Pearl River. We continue to monitor and will provide information on those rivers as that information is obtained. During and after Hurricane Ida passes, if you're using generators, please use outside only to avoid carbon monoxide poisoning. And please avoid sightseeing after the storm, as there may be high water, down trees, and power lines. Help your neighbors in time of need, now and after the storm. We have contact information for our citizens who need to report. 985-898-2323, 985-898-2323. We have stakeholders representing law enforcement, first responders, DOTD, utilities, faith-based, and other agencies that are here to serve and respond immediately. For true emergencies, please call 911. The flash flood watch remains in St. Tammany through Tuesday at 7 a.m. Of course, tomorrow, Monday, we announced closings before. Schools, North Shore Technical Community College, parish government offices, St. Tammany Parish Justice Center, parish libraries, and I'm sure many others will be closed tomorrow based on the effects of the storm. Out of abundance of precaution, Meadow Lake and French Branch Estates in the Slidell area are under a boil advisory, a water boil advisory, due to a power outage. The electric provider is en route to restore power as quick as possible. I'm announcing at this time that I have signed an executive order declaring a parish-wide curfew effective at 12 noon today. It's parish-wide, including all municipalities. While the curfew is in effect, the only vehicles allowed on the streets within the parish shall be those necessary to address life-threatening emergencies, and those vehicles under the direction of first responders and utilities. Please, I urge all of our citizens to heed these precautions, as it will be dangerous. Dangerous winds, dangerous gusts, rising water down power lines. This curfew is enacted out of the public safety, health, and welfare of our citizens. And it will be effective until the danger of Hurricane Ida has passed and a new executive order is enacted to lift the restrictions. And I'm sure Sheriff Smith will provide information regarding the enforcement of that. I'd like to say that we are prepared for immediately after the storm. We have what we call our push contractors on standby. They have mobilized equipment and are prepared to push or remove debris from our roadways, particularly our heavily traveled major roadways, so that emergency vehicles and those that need to be out on the roads and byways are able to move through. Ida relief funds have been set up. I'm just going to give that information now so that we could push that information. The United Way of Southeast Louisiana, their website is unitedwaysela.org/Ida Relief. And the North Shore Community Foundation, northshorefoundation.org. I'm sure people are going to want to support and help those in need, and those are two ways to do so. At this time, I'm going to turn over to Sheriff Smith for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cooper. This is common sense, folks, common sense, and we need to follow these rules that are being put in place. Let this storm pass. We're expecting flooding down in the lower lying areas of Lake Pontchartrain, again, throughout St. Tammany Parish. Trees down, power outages, and power lines down. We appreciate the curfew. I've been in touch with the mayors, municipalities, law enforcement, fire chiefs, and also all first responders, because we're working together. Once this storm passes, we will be eligible to go out and provide rescues for people who are stranded, trapped, and need emergency services. Once the storm is gone through and it's safe, we will respond to those emergencies. If you need us, call 911. After that, we will do a damage assessment. We will be out and about doing damage assessment, videotaping and taking pictures of the areas most damaged here in St. Tammany Parish. We are here through the duration. If you're at home, stay off the streets. This is very important for first responders when we are trying to provide safety to not only your property, but to lives here in St. Tammany Parish that may be affected from this storm. The worst is among us and should be here in the next couple hours. Again, we are doubled up and ready. We have our high water equipment, high water vehicles, our boats, and other resources available to work with us to provide these safety measures. Thank the media for covering this story, all our first responders, our EOC, and the people of St. Tammany Parish. We know you're going to be dedicated to listen. We've been through this before. We'll get through it. And again, preparing for the worst and hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. And by all means, our St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Department is prepared, experienced. They've been through this before. We've all been through this before. And we appreciate the coordination and cooperation with our sheriffs, law enforcement agencies, and all of the agencies. Yesterday, we had a press conference here that included representatives, mayors of our municipalities, fire districts, and others. We're all prepared and working to assist our citizens. I did want to make mention before ask Clarence to come, if I did not already do so, in anticipation of damages to your homes, I ask our citizens to email damage@stpgov.org. That's DAMAGE@stpgov.org. That's a means of reporting to us your damage of your homes. You can also are urged to contact your insurance company as well. This will allow us to receive information along with the sheriff's assessment of properties, and we'll be doing self-assessments as well. At this time, Clarence Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. So we're here to face with another monster right in front of us, okay? So we've seen this before, like you've heard. This is not our first rodeo, okay? Now, we know, looking at right now, as the storm approaches us, right now, we're starting to see effects of the storm on the east side of the parish. In some areas, we're already seeing some gusts up to 50 miles an hour. So from here on out, conditions will continue to deteriorate over the next few hours, okay? Can't stress it enough. Pay attention to what's going on, especially with this event where you have the combination of so many different things, the storm surge, okay, the rain is there. With the storm surge coming in, the river's not able to continue to flow out of the bayous and everything, and the banks overflow. Pay attention to those, especially if you live on the rivers. We'll continue to monitor those, and we'll still continue to push out updates. But we want you to stay safe. If you have things, the ELC is activated as of 7 p.m. last night, and will continually be activated all the way through until we go into recovery. And then even into recovery, we'll still be activated. If you have issues during the storm to where you did not evacuate, and you need to report things far as the water's coming up in my house, I didn't anticipate that because you didn't leave. There's trees down. Then if you call those into the ELC, we're gonna record those because that gives us a better idea of what happens after the storm passes. What areas do we need to focus on right after that? Where do we need to send the damage assessment teams? Because we wanna make sure that we get out there and be ready to go right after the storm passes. I can't stress enough to all of our first responders. They are out there right now. They provide a tremendous service to us, all of us in St. Tammany Parish. But also we want to make sure that they are not out there in harm's way. So when we get these sustained winds coming in, the tropical storm force winds, and they're sustained, then of course they're gonna pull in, they're gonna button the hatches because we need them after the storm. So continue to stay weather vigilant. Make sure you know exactly what's going on around you. Pay attention, okay? Report different things, okay? And if you did not evacuate at this point, we're getting to the point to where we still got just a couple of more hours, but hey, it's gonna get to the point to where you need to go ahead, make a decision on exactly where you're gonna stay and go ahead and shelter in place. Stay safe, especially my first responders out there. I appreciate you guys. I'm proud of every one of you out there. Everybody here in the parish, citizens, first responders, stay safe and we'll get through this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clarence. I'd also like to note that we've been notified that the causeway is closing at 11 o'clock. Is that correct? Each of us has just emphasized how important it is to take our precautions with this enormous storm heading our way. This is a Cat 4 storm making landfall in just a bit, and while it may reduce to a Cat 3 or Cat 2 by the time it gets up our way, it is still a dramatic storm and one that we have to reckon with. Again, we can experience flooding in areas that have flooded before and even areas that haven't flooded before. We can experience downed trees and power outages for extended periods of time. We've asked our citizens to prepare for days and days of extended power outages. We can anticipate that, and our power companies have been mobilized with assets spread around our parish so that they're able to respond as quick as possible after the storm passes. But we all know that power is not immediately restored, even though we have immediate response to getting that done. Our public works departments, all of our St. Tammany Parish government departments are on standby and are mobilized afterwards also to make damage assessments to our public properties and also to our roadways so that we can open the roadways as soon as possible. Our main concern is the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. Yes, we care about property, but number one is our citizens. And we ask that you stay off the streets, stay home, stay with your families, watch the weather, and take all the precautions necessary. The heaviest weather may come during the dark hours tonight and early in the morning, so we won't be able to see what's going on. stay vigilant. Call us if you need us. We're here to serve to the extent that we can. And this will be our last live report until after the storm. We'll be sending messages out if we receive new information, but we'll try to convene as soon as possible after the storm passes to give an update. I thank you all very much, and we'll be open for a few questions to the sheriff, to Clarence, or myself.
You mentioned that
Erica?
tornadoes are of course possible because we're on the eastern side. If anyone gets that alert that there's a tornado near them, what advice do you have? What part of the house should they go to make sure they're safe?
Well, of course, the interior of the house is the most safe place to go in the event of a tornado warning. The bathrooms, the bathtub. But yes, if you hear any alerts or even strong gust winds from the hurricane.
President Mike Cooper and other officials in St. Tammany Parish giving an update on the situation there. And what's amazing, they're not seeing the hardest of the impacts that they will see today yet. They already have 7,500 power outages in the area, and they are under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight.
And he did mention they do have power companies mobilized, spread throughout the parish to assist once it is safe. And he also mentioned they're prepared with push contractors, which they actually get out and clear the roads.
Sure.
Of course, when it is safe to do so. And we just heard him talking about tornadoes. St. Tammany is under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. tonight. There are 2 shelters available, and of course they're monitoring those river levels, which Peyton could probably tell us more about. Most current levels below flood stage, but they are expected to predict in the next coming days.
And he did remind people, like everybody who decides to stay and ride out this storm, that if you get into trouble, you probably can't get help for a while after the storm hits us and leaves us.
Exactly. As
And-
Leslie, yeah. What's so important, I love that he said that, if you get in trouble because you're not doing what you're supposed to do, that puts those first responders' lives in danger going out to help you guys. So he said make sure everybody is doing what they need to be doing. And of course, they don't want people out there sightseeing right now.
Exactly. If you do need one of those 2 shelters, they're at the Creekside Junior High and Lee Road Junior High. And again, they're just bracing for the impacts, the hardest of the impacts to come, like everyone else.
All right, we're getting ready to go to Michelle, who's in the Mobile Forecast Center.
Hey, Michelle, where are you?
Hey guys, so right now we are in the West Bank. We are right outside of Lake Pontchartrain. All of the floodgates are closed right now, and this is just incredible. I'm taking a look at the radar right now on my phone, starting to see those outside bands starting to move in right where we are, and you could see the weather is continuing to deteriorate. We're starting to see those palm trees swaying in the air, and you know what? The car is shaking slightly because those winds are really picking up outside, and there's not a whole lot of people shouldn't be out on the roads. We haven't seen anybody out on the roads right now. It's been fairly quiet in terms of folks being out and about, so that is good news. Everybody is hunkering down. So while driving out here, we're just seeing those winds really cranking up across the area. Now, I do want to say it's not raining too bad. We are seeing some sprinkles here and there, but again, I'm taking a look at the radar, and it looks like that rain will start cranking up pretty soon here. So we're going to go ahead and send it into Peyton with more information. Hey there, Peyton.
Can you hear me? I was going to ask you a few questions here since you've been out in it. I've been noticing the gust. Have you noticed winds kind of been staying steady since you've been out there? Or they have been going up and down, or what have you seen?
No, they've been going up and down. Before we started driving, I was outside and you could really feel how strong the gusts are. But the consistent wind right now, it is pretty breezy. It's not as strong, but the winds are really, or the gusts rather, really picking up. You could just really see those palm trees, the trees just swaying in the air, especially when you get the bursts of winds.
Did you notice any limbs down or anything like that, or anything down just yet?
Well, right now I haven't seen any debris out on the roads just yet. Probably some leaves at the moment, but right now I'm not seeing any big limbs.
Yeah, I can see some right there in front of you. All right, y'all stay safe. Of course, we'll be checking back in. It's great to have that live picture out there. You can see the trees swaying in there as we continue to see those tropical storm winds continue to filter into the New Orleans area. And here's where the eye is right now. It's just south of Port Fourchon. There's Port Fourchon, there's Grand Isle, there's Galliano, there's Houma. So it's going to be moving inland here, and you can see right into the Port Fourchon Terrebonne Bay. And this is our satellite taking a picture every 1 minute. 150 mile per hour sustained wind still. This is as of 10 a.m. 185 mile per hour gust. It's moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. So that speed has come down just a little bit over the past couple of hours. It was at 15 earlier this morning. Now it's down to 13. It'll probably slow down a few more miles per hour as it makes its way inland. Pressure 933. Hopefully that's a sign that this thing is done intensifying. And really it's about to make landfall. So it's run out of real estate to intensify much more. Either way, it's a very strong Category 4 storm moving on in, and the impacts are certainly being felt down here along our coast. Wind gusts reported over 100 miles per hour in many locations from Grand Isle, and of course you just heard earlier that they were reporting 100 mile per hour plus winds down in Plaquemines Parish as well. So let's take a look at the latest track here and where we're going with the storm. That's the center of it. There's the center line, taking it to near Houma. It'll continue to move up towards the north and be up towards Baton Rouge by tonight, closer to midnight. This, of course, puts all of our area on this eastern side that is going to be moving up over the area. So New Orleans, we are not going to escape any impact, and our impacts could still be quite significant in the New Orleans metro. Same thing for all the South Shore. I mean, from Houma up to the river parishes, over to New Orleans, all the way down to Plaquemines, the entire South Shore going to get hammered by this. Then eventually it's going to be moving up to the North Shore. That'll be later this afternoon and going into tonight. So we haven't had any significant wind gusts on the North Shore yet, but we've certainly seen some of those wind gusts. I do want to mention they just reissued that extreme wind warning. It's going to include Houma. It's going to include portions of Lafourche Parish down towards the coast, and it's also going to include areas just outside the West Bank down towards Lower Jefferson and all of Plaquemines Parish. What that means, if the extreme wind warning is issued for your area, you treat it as a tornado warning. You go to your interior part of the sturdy structure, as winds are probably going to be over 115 miles per hour, and in some cases could certainly be over 120 miles per hour. So that's kind of a broad look at what we're looking at with the storm. But I wanted to mention this is the timeline on when the most significant part of the storm could really start. Now, parts of New Orleans, we can hear things going on outside, and we're in this studio in the French Quarter, and we can hear things creaking and stuff. So the winds have picked up in New Orleans, as we will continue to see those gusts pick up across the area. They'll continue to pick up across all the South Shore. North Shore, they're going to start to pick up pretty soon as well. But the worst part of the storm is going to be as you get close to this eye wall, and especially as you get close to that inner eye wall. There's almost two eye walls here, this inner part here, and that's where the most significant winds are going to be. So just kind of timing it out for you, it's moving roughly 13 miles an hour, and these times are very rough, but to give you an estimate, getting into the we'll start with parts of the West Bank here. Maybe by 11 o'clock, you start to see the most intense winds really creep in, and then it's only going to go downhill for the rest of the afternoon. As you look at New Orleans, maybe close to noon, we see the worst parts moving on in. Houma, same story, close to maybe in the next hour and a half, it really starts to get rough in Houma. And then as you look towards parts of Schriever, Thibodaux, maybe closer to 1 o'clock, the worst part starts to move in, and then going towards the Causeway, the middle part after 1 o'clock. So within the next 2 to 3 hours, it's going to start to get rough across areas like New Orleans, Houma, and Thibodaux. It's already very rough down here along the coast, where we're looking at already wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. I've seen a lot of videos coming in here, and we've got surge coming on up. Grand Isles had the surge come up. I saw some video out of Leeville that shows the storm surge that has really come up in that area. And remember, this is the spot that we're forecasting 12 to up to 16 feet. And it's going to come in quite a ways. It's going to come in all the way past Jean Lafitte and Lafitte. It's going to continue to come up all the way until it hits the levees on the West Bank. That's where it'll stop. As you look towards St. Charles Parish, it's going to come up all the way into St. Charles Parish. It's going to come up all the way through up into Lafourche, up through Terrebonne Parish as well, and that'll be on the center and near the east. Now on this side of the storm, remember, you've actually got winds going offshore, so that might help with a little bit of the surge situation, but we're still going to see some water rise coming with the storm itself.
And Peyton, if I can ask a quick question before you go, the track we're seeing right now, because it's close to making landfall as we speak. Is this a little farther east than what it was earlier?
It's a hair. We were talking about this earlier, and remember earlier it was dead set on Thibodaux and Houma? Yeah. It's more kind of back towards the parish line there. And they seem like such a minor thing, but when you're talking about how close that eye wall is going to get to New Orleans, it could be a significant difference. So it is still going to track pretty much right over Houma. They're certainly going to get in the eye, it looks like. It may just be the western part of the eye as the eye travels here. They'll still be in the eye.
Okay,
could go right over Raceland.
So if we can go over that red line, how big will the eye be around that red line to where people are going to get really the brunt of this storm?
So the worst part is not, golly, our radar keeps going out. Let's see here. So you've kind of got two eye walls, Eric. You've got this inner eye wall and you've got this outer eye wall here. The most intense part is going to be from that outer eye wall all the way into the inner eye wall. The eye itself is quite small. We were looking at it earlier and it was... Oh, great. Okay. And I believe we're going to go here in a second. We're going to get that live picture of Lakeshore Drive. And that eye, oh, great. You can see there, of course, Lakeshore Drive is going to be underwater. This is pretty typical of tropical storm conditions. That's Michelle out there trying not to blow away. And yeah, so strong winds. And this is only going to probably double what we're seeing right now, Eric.
Oh, yeah. This is just this is nothing compared to what is potentially coming. And let me ask you, the reason I'm asking about that eye wall, because it looks like it's moved just a little east of Houma. Homa's still going to be in the part of the eye, correct?
They are. So the eye, it's about there we go. It's about 15 to 20 miles. So it's a little bit bigger than the red line that I've got drawn on there. And if we look up here, it's still going to be in the Houma-Thibodaux area. It may not be right in the center, but you got to imagine Thibodaux and Houma are going to get that western eye wall, and that thing's going to be rough. I mean, winds will be over 120 in that as it lifts on through Thibodaux. And then you can see that other part of the eye wall is going to be here, and then you got the outer eye wall, and that's what's going to be New Orleans' problem. That's especially on the western side of the metro. Yeah. Luling, Bouty, Kenner, Metairie.
And Port Fourchon, you think will take a direct hit from this? Because that's a huge part of the oil industry, and there's a lot of stuff down there.
Oh, it's going to take a direct hit. Yeah, when the National Hurricane Center puts out their advisory in an hour and a half and says Ida's made landfall, it'll say Port Fourchon, I bet. Because Grand Isle's here. Yeah. It's not going to make landfall there, and you could see they're just, I can't imagine what it's like down there right now. I just can't. They're getting that little break right now in the rain, but the winds are still howling at this point.
Well, and for Grand Isle, it's better to take this side than a direct hit. A direct hit would have been worse for Grand Isle than what they're going to get, or is that not true?
In this case, I don't think it really matters.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, because you got to think, they're not even going to get a break from the winds in the eye. I mean, either way you look at it, they're still getting those. Now, those 150 or the gusts to 185 may be more confined here, but we might be still seeing 160 mile per hour, 160 mile per hour winds there towards Grand Isle. And y'all just let me know when we want to go to that live shot. I just heard what you said. So, Eric, yeah, it doesn't matter. It is going to make landfall. It looks like right dead set on Port Fourchon. Keep in mind, Cocodrie, Chauvin, they're about to be in the worst of it, and it's already pretty bad down there, I bet, at this point.
So when do you think here in the city we'll start seeing some of the worst of it?
I think in the next couple of hours, it's really going to get rough here, and I think the worst of it's going to be this afternoon. And I'm being vague with that time because it's going to last that long. It's, you know, with Zeta, we were like, okay, it's going to be bad for these 2 hours. With this case, or in this case, it's going to be bad for hours and hours and hours.
And that's the real problem, because number one, it'll be a lot of wind and then heavy rains, which can amount to, of course, power loss and then all that flooding.
Yeah, so imagine this big old area of rain, very heavy rain, not moving fast. It's going to take its time getting on through, 13 miles an hour. This is all moving up, and it's going to be over New Orleans in the next couple of hours, and it'll be over through the remainder of the day. What we'll have to watch is any heavier bands within there, and radar doesn't always do a great job of showing those bands in tropical rain because the raindrops are usually a lot smaller here, but there are going to be some bands in there that are certainly heavy, and if those set up in the wrong spots, that's where you're going to see those huge rain amounts.
And that slight movement to the east, that means the winds in Jefferson Parish and the river parishes and for here in New Orleans are going to be a little stronger than we had thought.
Okay. Yeah, go to, we got a live shot. This is over in St. Bernard, and Eric was asking about the winds, right?
Yes.
It just depends on how close that eye wall gets. Yeah, the western part of the metro is probably going to see the worst of this compared to the eastern side, but both could be quite significant. So you can see there, this is in St. Bernard. I'm not sure where in St. Bernard, but you can see the surge coming on up there. It's going to continue to come on up. This is the area where we're forecasting 8 to 12 feet, and if y'all can let me know exactly where this is at, okay, they're going to find out where it's at. But that surge is going to continue to come up, Eric, and it's going to continue to come up for the rest of today.
Yeah.
And I think we got another shot we're going to go to here in just a second. But yeah, the winds are going to keep on kicking, And what you're seeing there is only going to get worse as we go through the
And we were
afternoon.
talking about if Port Fourchon takes a direct hit, we're looking at the lakefront right now. And as you said, it was going to flood there, and sure enough, it's flooding.
Yeah, that's the lakefront. This is a pretty classic look, right, for a tropical storm. It's only going to get more intense. We're expecting 5 to 8 feet in the lake. The only thing that might help us now, right now, we've got more of a kind of easterly. There is a southeast component to this that's pushing some of that water in, but by tonight and tomorrow morning, it'll be completely out of the south. So it'll be pushing water back towards the North Shore.
Right.
So the North Shore storm surge will be more significant later in the day and going into tonight.
But you were talking about Grand Isle not being hit with a direct hit, but still in that right side of the eye wall.
Yeah.
They're still going to get a pounding, and then that'll go all the way into St. Bernard, into Plaquemines, and anything along the coastline.
Exactly. And, you don't have to get the eye going over you to get the worst part of the storm. Usually the most significant impacts are going to be near and just towards the right of that eye. So the front part of the eye wall and that eastern side of the eye wall is typically where it is. I believe we're going to go to Paul out in Bayou Bienvenue.
Yeah, he's out in St. Bernard
Yeah, in
Parish.
St. Bernard. Okay.
Paul, the levees in Delacroix are already overtopping. Can we take a look at that?
We're getting it for you. By the way, this is out at the lakefront if you're watching. We've got tropical storm conditions now moving into the New Orleans area as winds gust over 50 miles per hour at the lakefront. They've been fluctuating between 40s and 50s. Those will continue to go up, and we are forecasting perhaps over 100 to 110 mile per hour wind gusts in the New Orleans metro. And if that eye gets a little bit closer, it's reasonable to think we could see wind gusts maybe closer to 120, especially near the lakefront over on the western side of the metro. All right, I believe we're gonna go to Paul now.
We are here at Parish Marina along Bayou Bienvenue. You see a very, very choppy seas out here. This is not the storm surge. This is just a lot of wind blowing the bayou in towards Paris Road. But what we're told, outside the levee protection in areas like Delacroix, areas like Woodley, areas Reggio, we're expecting those ring levees, those small urban ring levees in those communities there to be overtopped by this storm. According to Paris President Guy McGinnis, a short while ago, he told me that the tides, the tidal surge, we're going about 6 to 8 feet. We're expecting, of course, 8 to 12 feet here. And right now, again, we just clocked the winds out here about 50 mile per hour gusts. So this is just the start up here. Again, in the eastern end of this parish, outside the levee.
Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing Paul. That wind is.
Oh, it's kicking right now.
And this is not the brunt of it yet.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
this is just the
not.
beginning.
That's the scary part. The storm still has not made landfall. Let's get back out to Michelle. She's driving around in the mobile forecast center. Where are you now, Michelle?
Hey there, guys. So right now we made it to the lake, and I'm inside of the mobile forecast center. I'm in the vehicle right now. I'm going to go ahead and step outside, and when I tell you the winds are pounding out here, we'll go ahead and take a look. The winds are really picking up. We are dealing with tropical storm force winds right here at the lake. Look at this storm surge, guys. The water has significantly come up over the road there. You can see it just pounding the stairs. The winds, look at the trees. I'm getting blown away. The winds are so strong right now, guys. Look at the waves just popping up over the ledge. So this is the significant storm surge we were talking about, and it's going to get worse as the system gets closer and closer, the center of that system. Again, that's where you'll find the strongest winds. Right now, we're just dealing with tropical storm force winds, and this is just the beginning of it, guys. Look at that water behind me. It is coming up really fast. So right now, we are looking at those winds pretty consistent, but the burst of winds, the wind gusts are really blowing things around, and it is strong. Look at the water, guys. It is coming up significantly, and it's continuing to rise. So this is what we were talking about when we're talking about dangerous storm surge, that water, that wall of water just pushing up because of the strong winds here.
And that instrument you have out there, can you tell us how fast the gusts of wind are?
So this instrument right now, that is our anemometer. It measures the wind velocity. Right now, it is not picking up an accurate reading.
Okay.
But I can tell you guys, this wind, it is strong. It is strong. It's coming. It's strong out here for sure.
And Michelle, it's coming from the southeast where it's just pumping water through the Wrigley's and rising the water in the lake, and that's what's causing all this backup.
Exactly, that's right. So again, when you have those winds out of the east, southeast, it is going to push that water up, and it's pushing it up fast. This is what we were talking about. That storm surge. I could barely hear you guys because the winds are howling.
And I know your
so
anemometer
hard out here.
I know
Actually,
your
my
anemometer
eyepiece
is
just popped out because the winds are so strong out here, guys. But you could just see the water. It is significant coming up along the sidewalks. The waves are just pounding along the stairs over there. So again, this is going to continue to deteriorate as the center of the storm gets closer to the area. Again, this is just the beginning of it, and the winds are this strong. This is incredible.
Yeah, we see how you're shoulder width apart with your feet, trying to brace yourself. You guys be so careful out there. And it's amazing, guys, because it hasn't even made landfall yet.
Well, and I was seeing if she could give us a best guess with her anemometer not working. I mean, I'm trying to guess at what that wind speed would be. It looks pretty intense. And that's, again, as Michelle mentioned.
It is pretty intense.
Yeah, and this is just the beginning. This is nothing yet compared to what it's going to be.
Yeah, that's right, guys. This is nothing. So, I mean, just to kind of put it into perspective, I'm about 145 pounds, and the winds are blowing me around. I'm not even being dramatic. The winds are blowing me around right now, especially when you get the wind gusts. They are strong right now. I don't know if Peyton can pick up a reading from his system, but unfortunately my anemometer is not working at the moment.
Okay, and we also see people out there doing exactly what officials say not to do.
Yeah.
Go out and stand and see how strong the wind is.
Well, and it happens every time.
Every single time.
And Michelle, I know you've covered hurricanes in your career before, but this is your first one in New Orleans, and man, it's a doozy. Tell us just kind of what you're thinking and the emotions.
Oh man, the emotions right now, I'm flooded with so many emotions right now. The fear, the excitement, and you know what? I'm actually really thankful. A lot of people actually took the warning seriously. I mean, of course, there's some people out here taking pictures and videos. But you know what? This is just truly incredible, guys. This really is.
And Michelle, we just talked to Peyton. He said that those wind gusts are about 60 miles per hour right now. So as we've been saying, in the city, we could get over 100. So that's just a little taste of what the entire city will be facing very soon. All right, we're going to let you go get back in the car and be safe. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. And you know, we were depending on that anemometer out there, and it didn't work. So.
Now let's get over to Meg, and she is on Lakeshore Drive to see what she's dealing with out there. Hey, Meg.
Wow, Leslie, a woman who gave her weight on TV. Do I have to do that? I hadn't done that in 40 years. I just heard Michelle giving her weight. Okay, so we're on Lakeshore Drive, not far from Michelle, and my photographer is a very petite woman, and I see her blowing around, but we've seen this before on Lakeshore Drive. Just to give you perspective, Lakeshore Drive is completely underwater. We have seen this before, but if Ricknice, if you would pan, if you can pan, if the winds aren't too strong, the water from the lake has gone all the way up to the bottom of the levee on the side, not where the houses are. Hold on, we're trying to.
Well, obviously we're having a problem because they're dealing with a lot of wind out there.
Sure,
So.
and I know we always tell people not to go out there to stay safe, and then we send our reporters out there. It's to show you guys the conditions so that you do stay inside and stay safe.
All right. We're going back out to Paul Murphy in St. Bernard Parish. Hopefully we can hear you better this time.
Yeah, I hope so. We're at along Bayou Bienvenue at the Parish Marina in Chalmette, and we have just clocked winds at a gust of over 50 miles an hour here. This is not storm surge, what you're seeing here. This is just the winds blowing the water in. What we're worried about here in St. Bernard Parish, are those areas outside the levee protection, areas like Delacroix, areas like Wyclosky, areas like Wood Lake and Reggio. And we're told that the CPRA has informed the parish president that those ring levees, those small earthen levees that surround these communities and help protect them from storm surge, will likely overtop with the storm surge that is coming in. Right now, we're told in those areas outside the levee protection, the storm surge is at about 6 to 8 feet, going up to 8 to 12 feet a little later on today. Obviously, it is a rough morning here, and this is just the beginning of it. We are experiencing tropical storm strength winds here, and this is not safe to travel around, that's for sure. Again, we are expecting winds between 110 and 115 miles per hour here, possibly up to 18 inches of rain, and also storm surge from 8 to 12 feet. And if I can get Heikki to zoom in over there, we have a boat that's been out there in the middle of Bayou Bienvenue that we've been watching. I don't know if it's docked out there or it's gotten loose, but it hasn't moved for quite a while. So that gives you an idea just how rough the seas are. And this is inside the levee protection. So you can only imagine what it's like outside the levee protection. So I was speaking to St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis a short while ago, and he sounded very concerned about what he's seeing so far. And it looks like the storm surge is going to be a major impact outside the levee protection here. And that's a story that, as we see it here in St. Bernard Parish, Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
All right, it is 11 a.m. here. Thanks, Paul. We've got some, you just saw those live shots, how dramatic it is, and the worst is yet to come across our area. Now, we just got the 11 a.m. update. It's a 150 mile per hour hurricane, still a category 4, gust to 185, and it looks like it's holding steady. And there you are, 933 millibars. It's sitting 25 miles southwest of Grand Island. I just took a measurement here. It's about 13 to 13 miles just towards the southeast of Port Fourchon. So Port Fourchon doesn't pop up here, but it's right there. It's going to be 13 miles down. And remember, the center is, when it makes landfall is when the center makes its way across land. And it's not the northern eye wall, it's that part right there. So when the center of the eye moves over Port Fourchon, we will have a landfall. And that will probably happen by around noon, maybe a little bit before noon, with a category 4, 185 mile per hour winds. Those 185 mile per hour winds are going to be right in here. And that is going to just hammer Port Fourchon and heading up into Leeville, Golden Meadow. Those areas are going to see significant damage from not only the winds, but also the storm surge that's going to come in with this. Grand Isle is also going to get. And we kind of got a double eye wall thing going on here. We've got this eye, and then you've got like a secondary eye, right? So a Grand Isle maybe not getting a lot of rain right now, but winds are still gusting over 100 miles per hour there. And remember, the winds are wrapping up into this thing. So this is all storm surge coming on in at this point. So the conditions are continuing to get worse down there. They're in the thick of it at this moment. Houma, it's about to kick off. New Orleans, our strong winds are moving on in, and everyone's phones in New Orleans and down south of New Orleans just went crazy with that noise. They sent an alert about the intense winds that are moving on through. And to put this in perspective, you just saw those live shots, and we're gusting to 60 miles an hour right now at the lake. And the worst of this is still a ways away from at least the worst part of the actual hurricane is not going to be moving in probably for another couple of hours. So it's going to steadily get worse as we go through the afternoon. And then by 2, 3 o'clock, we could be dealing with some really rough conditions in New Orleans. We could really start to deal with some rough conditions in Houma in the next hour or two. Same thing for Thibodaux. All the way through Lafourche Parish is just getting hammered by this. And that's the center of the eye that we're going to be watching. So the eye is going to travel this way. But remember, all this is coming with it. So this is what's going to be moving up towards New Orleans and the entire New Orleans metro as we go through the remainder of today. And it is not going to be in a hurry to get on out. Now it is moving, it is not stalled, it's moving northwest at 13 miles per hour, but that just means we're going to have it in our area for quite some time through the rest of today, even into tonight. So buckle up, it's coming and it's only going to get worse through the day. Now, as we look at on the North Shore, you don't have a whole lot going on. It's a little gusty up here, but just a few showers. This will be moving up to the north later this afternoon as well, and you'll see conditions really go downhill up there. So here is the latest on all of our advisories, and I want to make sure we've got the correct storm surge information, but we're still thinking about 12 to all the way up to 16 feet of storm surge as we go into where we're looking at landfall here in southeast Louisiana. And I'm going to try to get this graphic pulled up for you so I can show you. But the storm surge is going to be at its highest over the next couple of hours down there in lower Jefferson and lower Lafourche Parish as that storm surge blows in on the eastern side of that eye wall. Now, just towards the west, as you get closer to Houma and Thibodaux, you're looking at the 8 to 12 foot storm surge across those areas. So here we go. Now I got it for you. And the lake is still expected to be about 5 to 8 feet, and that lake is already coming up. Now, what you saw there just now with our live shots from Meg and Michelle, that's pretty normal for a tropical storm. You could go out there, any tropical storm, and you're going to see water coming up there and crossing into the low-lying areas on the other side of the levee. But as it continues to go up, as we get more into that 5 to 8 feet range, it could be a little bit higher. But I think our most significant problems with storm surge in the lake are going to be on the southeast side, down towards St. John Parish, going into St. Charles Parish, and on the western side up towards Tangipahoa Parish, because our winds are funneling in this way, and they're going to continue to funnel in that way, and then eventually they'll be out of the south, so you'll be looking at more of a problem on the North Shore. So yeah, we're going to see surge rise here on New Orleans, but with this storm, we don't have a northerly component. That's why Katrina was so bad for New Orleans, because the wind field was wrapping the winds around on this side and they were pummeling down into the city. We don't have that with Ida. Ida's winds are more out of this way. They're kind of out of this, they are out of the southeast or the northeast right now going southwest. That will be switching though more to the north later on tonight. So that's why, the concern for storm surge in New Orleans itself on the East Bank remains very, very low. Now, the West Bank is going to be watching this come on up, and then this will go all the way up until it runs into our levee protection system on the West Bank. Jean Lafitte, these areas could see significant storm surge rise. This morning, we did have a reporter down there embedded with them in their safety area. So maybe we can get a report from her if she's still down there, or get a phone her and see what's going on with them and see if they're seeing any storm surge come up. That would be a good source to see what exactly is happening. We know it's coming in. We just don't know how high it's gotten yet or how far it's come into Jefferson Parish at this point. Now, the winds are continuing to be a huge problem, and they will continue to be a huge problem through the rest of today. It still seems reasonable that we could be dealing with gusts over 160 near the coast, especially for Port Fourchon and down here towards Leeville. That could be the worst of it, and even Grand Isle. Plaquemines Parish is probably closer to 130 mile per hour wind gusts. And then as you get inland, we're looking on high wind gusts for Houma, Thibodaux still. Over the next couple of hours, you could start to see some wind gusts approach 100 and then continue to be over 110, maybe 20 as we go through the afternoon. New Orleans, it's all about this track. If it takes this track, we will definitely see parts of the western metro get in that outer eye wall. That could produce winds over 100 miles per hour. If it jogs just a little hair to the east, that shifts that wind axis into much of New Orleans. So it's just too close of a call. We need everyone to be preparing for over 110 mile per hour winds soon. It's only going to get worse for the rest of today. You got to be prepared and be somewhere very safe. You need to be in a sturdy structure. This is a type of hurricane that you've got to ride out just like you would ride out a tornado somewhere if you had to. You'd be in a sturdy structure. You'd be away from windows. You would be in an interior closet if it gets that bad, and just put as many rooms and walls between you and the outside to make sure you are safe from the wind. Also make sure you're safe from the water. And I do want to mention also the flooding threat. This has got every threat with it. This hurricane has the flooding, the storm surge, the wind. We've had a few tornado warnings, but that is coming to an end. That threat at least is. And what we're really concerned about are any of these bands tonight, and they could produce some significant rainfall amounts if they start to train, and these will likely train. So it will start raining. It's already started raining. It's going to continue to raining and continue to spread up over the area through the rest of today, and it's going to continue into parts of tonight. So it could be raining for the next 12 to 16 hours in some spots. That is going to start to add up quickly, and we could be ending up with 10 to maybe 15 plus inches of rain. Some models are very aggressive with this rainfall. Some have shown over 20 to 25 inches in a few spots. it's possible. It could happen somewhere, and that's why hopefully you got your car somewhere safe in New Orleans or any low-lying area, because now you're running out of time because it's too dangerous to go out in these winds, and they're going to continue to just increase across the area. So you need to be, I know we say this word a lot, maybe it's annoying, I don't know, hunker down. You need to be somewhere safe throughout.
Furacán is going to be where landfall officially is noted. And how close are we right now to Port Furacán with the eye of that storm?
So they're getting into the eye right now, but we got to wait. The Hurricane Center, what they do for landfall is they wait for the center of the eye to make landfall. And so that's not going to happen for probably another 45 minutes or so. So you can see there, Port Furacán is absolutely in the worst of it right now. Winds could be 185 miles an hour in Port Furacán right now. I don't have a gauge down there. I'm going to need to try to find one, but this part right here is 10/10. There's the middle of the eye, and then that'll be moving in. It's moving at 13 miles an hour, so it's sitting about, if this is Port Furacán, it's sitting about 13 miles off the coast, so about an hour. It would be making
is there
landfall.
anything that could slow this thing down and then make the rain train over us longer?
It is slowing down, and it's going to continue to slow down a little bit as it makes that turn. It's not going to stall. There's a trough coming from up north, and it's going to pick it up. But it could get down to maybe 10 miles an hour later today. That's definitely in the forecast for it to slow down, and that's just going to prolong this over our area. And this part, that big old area to the east, that just looks like a solid sheet of rain, that is going to be over our area for the next 12 hours or so, maybe even beyond that.
And that's the wet side. The east side is always the wet side, usually the wet side of the storm.
It is, and this is where the big flooding threat's going to be. The flooding threat's not going to be as high for Morgan City or Baton Rouge, I don't think. They'll still get a lot of heavy rain, but not as much as we're going to get. But the west side of a Category 4 hurricane is still just as dangerous. Winds over here could still be over 120 miles an hour, so Morgan City, Baton Rouge are still likely going to take a pretty hard hit from this.
But this one is particularly wet on that east side, though.
Yeah, generally most
they are, yeah.
But
we've seen some with the west side heavier.
It is, and that has to do with a couple of other things. But yeah, you've kind of got two eye walls here. You've got an outer eye wall and that inner eye wall. And what we'll be watching in New Orleans, we're probably not going to get into that one right there, but we'll get into this western.
And for Orleans and Jefferson, I mean, the slower that thing moves through and the longer it's over us, is the worst for us for the flooding. And of course the winds, because the winds are going to knock down power lines, trees, etc.
Yeah, it's just going to be a mess out there. You absolutely, don't even have the idea of getting on the road later today. Of course, we're not leaving the station. We're all staying here even when we're off air. You got to hunker down where you're at. You got to stay there because it could be too dangerous to get out on the roads. There may be power lines, things like that. There may be trees. You don't want a tree to fall on you when you're driving. We've heard of tragedies that happen when people get out and a tree falls on their car while they're driving. We got a lot of big trees here, so it's just a good idea to stay put for the time.
When do you think the winds will start subsiding here in the metro area?
Below tropical storm force?
Yes.
Not until tomorrow afternoon. Maybe.
Okay. And then
we've got about 24 more hours of winds like what we've got out there right now.
And Peyton, we are less than an hour from it making landfall. I thought the track would be pretty much set by now, but so it's interesting to hear.
I mean, it's set. I mean, it's not going to make any crazy jog to Lafayette or anything, but it's going to wobble, and it may wobble around 10 miles or so.
Okay.
And these are minor. These seem minor, and they are, but the distance of how the winds decrease from a hurricane very quickly. The most intense part of the winds. Now, the tropical storm force winds extend pretty far out, but those intense 150, 185 mile per hour wind gusts are very in a confined area. So that matters when you're trying to decide how close you're going to get to that. And that's why we're watching it and seeing how close it's going to get into the New Orleans metro, how much of the river parishes are going to take the hit, and of course how much Houma and Thibodaux are going to take the hit. They're going to take most of the hit, it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And how much rain? How much rain is in those bands right now? Because it varies by where that shaded areas are. But you can see there it's tons.
It's radars. They've kind of fixed it in the years over the past couple of years, but radars and tropical systems can sometimes underestimate what is actually happening with the rain. Raindrops in a tropical system are usually pretty small. They're created a different process. And the radar can sometimes underestimate the intensity of the rain and how much rain has actually fallen. So notice right now, it shows that maybe 3 to 6 inches has fallen down in that band, that it's been sitting down there for a couple of hours.
But it could be more.
It could certainly be more. I think think the radar's underestimating it here, and we can even look at our rainfall rates. David Hammer was asking me earlier, what are our rainfall rates looking like, because he was talking about the pumps, and we know you talked about what the pumps can handle earlier, which is, what did they say the pumps can do?
1 inch in the first hour, half an inch every hour after.
Okay, so in this case, the radar is estimating these yellow bands of about 1 inch to 2 inches an hour. And the problem would be if these set up over the cities, and these very well could, but I think these are probably a little bit more than 1 inch to 2 inch an hour.
Okay, all right, Peyton, thank you very much.
That's not the news anyone wants to hear.
No, none of this is what we want to hear.
Yeah. All right, we are tracking updates, of course. We're going to continue to follow Hurricane Ida again, less than an hour from finally making landfall.
Ida is one of the strongest hurricanes in Louisiana history, and even if you're hunkered down inside, you still need to take some safety precautions.
Yeah, Tangipahoa Parish just announced a parish-wide curfew starting at 9 o'clock tonight and continuing till 6 tomorrow. Here's Jade with what you need to know in this storm.
Well, good morning. Here is a look at what you need to know as Ida begins to make landfall. 911 was experiencing technical difficulties in New Orleans earlier today, but those issues have recently been resolved. So if you called 911 earlier and did not get through, you can try again now. Armstrong International has reported 173 flights have been canceled for tomorrow. The airport already canceled all flights that were scheduled for today. Now, although the airport facility is not set up to be a public shelter, there are about 30 people in the terminal and have been relocated to the level 1 baggage claim area. The Entergy power outages continue to grow. Right now, more than 70,000 customers have lost power in Louisiana. Orleans Parish has about 17,000 customers affected. Jefferson Parish has the most in the state with more than 31,000. Plaquemines Parish has about 7,500 customers affected. And remember, you can get more updates on our WWL-TV mobile app.
All right, Jade, thank you very much.
All right, and this is a story drawing national interest this morning. Governor Edwards spoke on CBS News' Face the Nation. So let's take a listen to his interview.
Governor John Bel Edwards was at the Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness in Baton Rouge. Governor, good morning to you. We've set the table, so give us a sense now. Is your state ready for this? And did enough of your residents get out of the way ahead of the storm?
Well, Ed, first of all, thank you very much. I'm happy to be on with you so I can speak to the state primarily. We'll know whether enough people evacuated. It appears that hundreds of thousands of people took the opportunity yesterday to leave, especially in those low-lying areas in southeast Louisiana along the coast, those that are not protected by our much-enhanced hurricane and storm risk reduction system, the one that you mentioned a while ago, where there's been about a $14 billion investment since Hurricane Katrina over the last 16 years. All of our modeling shows that the most populous parts of southeast Louisiana inside that system are going to be protected from storm surge. We still have wind threat and rain threat as well. But it's really south along the coast. We think an awful lot of people did evacuate, but this is a very difficult storm. As you mentioned, it's going to come in with sustained winds of over 150 miles per hour when you get to a Category 5 storm at 157. So there's virtually no difference between a very, very strong Cat 4 or a Cat 5 storm. And so we're absolutely doing everything that we can now to get people to take those last minute steps. But really, we asked people to make sure that when they went to bed last night, they were prepared to ride out the storm and that they would go to bed where they intended to ride out the storm.
So bottom line, that $14 billion levee system should hold.
Yeah, well, that's all of our modeling shows that. We feel very good about what's inside the hurricane risk reduction system. We have lesser systems of protection built along the coast where the levees aren't as high and they're not as fortified. And we're very concerned there. And this will be a tremendous test of those systems. And quite frankly, it's going to be the strongest test that we've had yet for the current hurricane and storm risk reduction system itself.
Understood. Well. Yeah. Let me ask you, your state's about 41% fully vaccinated from COVID-19. You have one of the highest hospitalization rates when it comes to the pandemic among states in the union. And most of the major hospitals weren't evacuating patients ahead of this storm. Are they going to be all right as this storm passes over?
Well, this is going to be a real challenge too. The good news is, and it's relative, is that over the last 10 days, we've been able to reduce our net inpatient census by about 500. most of that in Southeast Louisiana. So we did create just a little bit of additional capacity. But evacuating these large hospitals is just not an option because there's not any other hospitals with the capacity to take them. Now, we were able to evacuate over 20 nursing homes, some rehab facilities and behavioral health facilities and those sorts of things. But when you think in terms of hospitals, it's just not possible. So we know that they have been working extremely hard. They all have generators. They all have the fuel on hand and the extra food and the things that they're going to need. But quite frankly, the wind, we expect, will cause power outages across much of Southeast Louisiana. It's impossible today to say how long the power will be out. And that begins to test your systems, whether it's the opportunity to deliver water to the hospitals. You can't run a ventilator without electricity. And I will tell you, our federal partners are leaning very far forward in terms of having additional generators en route and so forth. This is a major storm that's going to test us in ways that we've not been tested before for a lot of reasons. But this COVID situation is certainly one of them.
16 years since Hurricane Katrina hit Louisiana. Ida's on your doorstep. Governor Edwards, our best to you. I have a feeling we'll be talking again later in the day, later in the week.
All right.
And again, the irony is lost on nobody.
Right.
This is happening on the 16th anniversary to the day of Hurricane Katrina.
All right, we have one of our photographers driving around. Let's check in with him. Jeff is driving on Orleans Avenue right now. And of course, in the city, this is the conditions we're expecting. The storm has not made landfall yet. As you can see, it's still pretty quiet. A couple of raindrops on the camera, but we don't even see any wind impacts.
Yeah, and I was just asking Peyton when he thought the worst of it would be here in the city. He said probably this afternoon we're seeing some of the heaviest winds.
Yeah, and he's headed towards the French Quarter right now. We just saw one of the cars parked on the neutral ground. Guys, I'm really not seeing a lot of cars anywhere.
Well, when I came into work this morning, I came down Claiborne and there were tons of cars on the neutral ground.
Yeah, I already saw some tree branches kind of falling off these trees.
Yeah, and again, this is still the light wind compared to what we're going to have later on.
Yeah, all those cars parked up on the neutral ground. Again, it's great to see that people heeded the warning. They have sheltered in place and tried to park their cars to higher ground.
Yeah. All right, let's get over to Peyton now.
Mic on? Yeah, there we go. You're right. The worst of the winds are not here to the New Orleans metro just yet, but they're moving in and they're going to continue to increase. Remember, we have our extreme wind warning, and for those of you who are just joining us, you're thinking, what in the world is an extreme wind warning? It's what it sounds like. We're going to have these extreme winds over 115 miles per hour. The National Weather Service issues these during hurricanes. They're a fairly new product that were invented after Katrina, actually, because after Katrina, if you remember during Katrina, they issued all these tornado warnings everywhere just to get across that these high winds were coming. So this is one of those byproducts that was developed after that storm. And they issued them for areas that could experience winds over 115 miles per hour soon. And they want you to treat it like a tornado warning, which means you got to go somewhere safe. You got to go to the most interior part of the closet. You got to go just away from windows, interior parts of a building. And it's got to be a sturdy structure too. That's what's so important if you got to be out in it. So let me just read you kind of the thing here. It says areas that could be impacted by this extreme wind warning are Houma, Thibodaux, Cutoff, Galliano, LaRose, Marrero, Harvey, Timberlane, Belle Chase, Port Sulphur, Avondale, Gretna, West Wego, Lockport, Golden Meadow, Jean Lafitte, Matthews, Schriever, Chauvin, and Empire. So if you notice, some of those locations I just called off are on the West Bank. So parts of the New Orleans metro are included in this extreme wind warning, and that means you could see winds over 115 miles per hour within the coming hours. So you've got to be in your safe spot. You've got to be in a sturdy structure. They're saying widespread destructive winds of 115 to 150 miles per hour will spread across St. Bernard Parish, St. Charles, Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson, Plaquemines, and it could produce swaths of tornado-like damage. So oftentimes during these events, you hear people say, a tornado hit me during the eye wall. It wasn't a tornado, it was extreme winds coming in with the eye wall. This is very common during eye when you're close to the eye, that you get these tornado-like damage, and that's exactly what we could be dealing with, and it's close to the New Orleans metro. Depending on what this does, we could see one of these issued for most of the East Bank, but right now it includes the West Bank of New Orleans. It includes all the way down to the coast. It includes Houma. It does not include Thibodaux, but it might as well. It includes Schriever and Gray. It does include Thibodaux, actually, this latest one. So this is in effect right now. It says the safest place to be during a major landfalling hurricane is a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table. Excuse me. You may have to take over. Someone take a mic.
All right, we'll take it over. But you take the normal precautions when there's a tornado, because if these winds stay at sustained levels, these are tornadic-like winds, but at a sustained level.
Yeah, he's talking about an extreme wind warning. And let's get back to that, Peyton. To be clear, you're telling people where they should go because, like you said, you have to take shelter like it's a tornado. So very similarly, you find the most interior room in your house.
Yeah, you do. And,
we're going to get your mic back open. Yeah. Nope, we're still not hearing you.
There we go.
All right, guys, we need Peyton's mic back open. He's talking about the extreme wind warning.
Yeah, so keep talking.
We still don't have it. Let's go to
Candace Charles.
You guys just came to me. I'm not really sure. If you did, the wind just picked up quite a bit here. When I got here, it actually was pretty mild. Since then, as you can see, it's pretty much picked up. The rain is starting to come down. If you look kind of further down towards the bridge, visibility is pretty low. That's where some of the deputies were stationed a little bit earlier today. The tunnel below going into JP has been closed, so they have folks going north and south down that bridge over there. Again, we mentioned earlier today, even before the wind kicked up, that the power was already out in several places. At least 700 units have been without power. I just talked to the sheriff department as well, and they say they want people to stay inside and just really wait it out. Now, they won't be able to come outside during the hurricane and help them out, but if you do have an emergency, of course, go ahead and call 911. Of course, again, they're reminding folks, though, that you'll just have to wait and be patient, as they won't be able to get out to you really quickly. You can kind of see some of the wind in the trees here just blowing everything around, but as you can see, it's not as bad yet. There's no stands or anything getting knocked over. You don't see any cones getting knocked over. You can see that the street is pretty empty. There's no one out here at this time, and that's the way that the parish leaders want it right now. Of course, as I remind you again, they are going to be asking people to just be patient if they do have an emergency. We'll be talking a little bit more to the sheriff's department, and we'll be having a little bit of a live conversation about this as well, so you guys will want to tune in for that. Now reporting live from Plaquemines Parish, I'm Candace Charles, Eyewitness News.
And Candace, do you have a place where you can hunker down here in a minute?
All right.
Yes, I'll be going to inside the sheriff's office.
Good.
It isn't, I'm not getting blown around, so it's okay to be out here. For me to be out here right now, I wouldn't suggest anyone else being out here right now, but we will be going inside of the sheriff's office as well right now.
Yeah, well, that's going to change in a little while, so
It is.
be safe. All right, thank you, Candace.
That's one of the comments we get a lot
Certainly
on social
so.
media, guys. They're wondering when we are going to hunker down in a place. We have management who's going to keep an eye on when things are not safe for our crews to be outside. They will be inside, so do not worry. We will not have people outside when those winds are 150 miles per hour.
Although they have offered to send me outside several times.
Well, we would vote for that. But let's get back over
Yes.
to Peyton, because we were talking about that extreme wind warning, which he was explaining, because we don't see a lot of that. But people do need to shelter in place for that, just like when there's a tornado warning.
They do. Sorry, I got choked up earlier.
That's all right.
And,
You're working hard.
Yeah, the extreme wind warning is treated like a tornado warning. They were saying get under something sturdy just in case, if a window breaks. You don't want to be near windows and things like that. That's ongoing south of the lake. Now, as you just saw there in Belle Chase, it is certainly gusty, and it's gusty here in New Orleans. I can hear the winds shaking things around here at the WWL TV station here in the quarter. But this thing is about to make landfall in the next probably 30 minutes or so in the Port Fourchon area. And now, what is classified as landfall is when the center of the eye passes over. So yes, Fort Fourchon is heading into the eye, but they got to get to the center before they call it a landfall. Leeville, the worst of it is continuing for you. Grand Isle, you're not going to get any relief from this for the area because you're not going to get into the eye. I believe you have some information, Sheba?
Yeah, we can put my mic back up. Guys.
Okay.
Yeah, we just got an update from the Sewage and Water Board saying that a number of the sewage pump stations on the east and west bank of New Orleans are experiencing power outages. So this increases the potential for sewer backups in homes, and they're urging residents who do have power to minimize wastewater leaving their homes. So try not to run your dishwasher or wash clothes. This is something we frequently hear during storms, but unfortunately hearing this so soon on in the process.
Yeah, and read that again, the beginning part.
The beginning is that a number of our sewage pump stations on both the east and west bank of New Orleans are experiencing power outages, and this does increase the potential for sewer backups in homes. So again, if you cannot use your dishwasher or wash clothes, try not to do that for a little while.
And that was one of the big concerns, because without the power, you can't run the pumps.
Exactly.
When they have a power shortage, that's when the trouble starts.
Yeah, we're not even seeing the heaviest of the rain yet.
No, and they have a solution, but it's not going to be ready until 2023, so that does us no good today.
Right. So you can see there in New Orleans, we're talking about that. The worst of it's just now starting. It'll continue to increase. There'll be occasional really strong wind gusts, and then it'll become a little bit more persistent as the center of the storm gets closer and closer. So in New Orleans, our problem is going to be this outer eye wall. This inner eye wall is here. That's where you've got your wind gusts right now of possibly up to 185 miles per hour, and is going to continue to lift up to the Houma area. So this is kind of your final call if you were in Houma or Thibodaux in the New Orleans metro and going anywhere south of the metro towards Belle Chase. You really need to start thinking about getting to a very safe spot, like you would treat it like a tornado warning, away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, that's the worst place you can be, not only during a tornado, but also during any high wind event like this, where you could see winds gusting upwards of 115 miles per hour. And as the National Weather Service put in their extreme wind warning, down here we could see wind gusts 150 miles per hour. That is significant. That is going to cause significant damage to property. That coupled with storm surge, that's why I've just been preaching and preaching and preaching that people, hopefully they got out, but if they didn't, find the highest spot to go and find the safest, most sturdy structure to go as well. You've got to couple that together, because you can't really get as low as possible with these high winds, because then you run the risk of dealing with the storm surge. So overall, conditions are just going to continue to go downhill across southeast Louisiana. I do want to go back in and check with our winds really quick. This is in the metro, and we're going to look area-wide here in a second. But our winds in the metro have definitely been gusty. I can hear them. We're gusting to 59 at the lakefront. That's at the west end area there where the lighthouse is. 56 at the airport. The Dome says it's gusting to 29. 35 in Harahan, nearly 50 at MSY, and 35 at our site in Kenner on the lakebound side of I-10. So winds right now are not significantly strong in New Orleans, but I can tell you we're probably seeing power outages at this point. I don't know what our latest update is on power outages in the metro, but I can assume we're continuing to get power outages. I know my power is out at my place. I got a message about it. So a lot of people are probably going to continue to lose power, and that number will continue to climb as we go throughout the remainder of today. And that corridor for these intense winds are going to be for a large portion of southeast Louisiana. Now, near the coast is where you have your 160 plus, then 150 as you get a little further inland, and then on average, I say about 110 to 130 seems like a good bet for Houma, Thibodaux, the river parishes. New Orleans could certainly see over 100, and even down towards the West Bank and into Jean Lafitte, Plaquemines Parish, and St. Bernard. The North Shore, 80 to 110. We could definitely see gusts over 100 miles per hour up on the North Shore. The best chance of that happening will be later today going into this evening and to tonight. So the impacts will be just a little bit later up on the North Shore. But that also means this is probably going to be happening while it's dark. So you're losing power when it's dark. Maybe there's some flooding ongoing. You can't get out, in 100 mile per hour winds if it's flooding. So you've got to think about these things. If you live in a flood prone area, don't put yourself in a situation where you're trying to decide, or do you got to get higher from water, or are you trying to escape from 110 mile per hour winds? Both are a terrible scenario and situation. I think we're going to go to the mayor. She's giving us an update.
Update so that you all can get in and out of harm's way. So we're very conscious about that this morning. If you all can assemble yourselves, that's fine. Come on over this way. We have this morning Director Colin Arnold, who is our Director of Homeland Security, Ramsey Green, Deputy CAO of Infrastructure for the city, Dr. Jennifer Vegno of our Health Department, Chief Sean Ferguson, New Orleans Police Department, Tyrell Morris, Director of the Orleans Parish Communications District, Colonel Bailey, the Louisiana National Guard, Ms. Lauren Nash, the National Weather Service, along with a good complement of of our New Orleans City Council that has been embedded in my mayoral briefings. At this time, and as it's always been, a unified command approach, it has been embedded in the EOC that is fully activated. What we know is Ida is a 155 miles per hour Category 4 hurricane. This is a very dangerous and a very real situation. My message to the community at this time, all of our residents, even visitors who are here, this is the time to stay inside. Do not venture out. No sightseeing. This is very serious. We need you to stay in from this point forward all morning, all afternoon, all evening. As it relates to Monday morning, we should see some signs that we're moving out of this, but you are not to come out until you receive more information from the city of New Orleans. Now is the time that we have been preparing for and even waiting for as it relates to Hurricane Ida. Again, this is the time. Heed all warnings. Ensure that you shelter in place, you hunker down. We understand that we have residents that are now without power. We do understand that wind miles are over 35 miles per hour, which means that there will be no action, no activity from Entergy New Orleans at this time. Also, as it relates to other responses, the New Orleans Fire Department, we are now on emergency alert. As it relates to 911 calls, you will hear more from our leaders following me. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask Colin Arnold, our Director of Homeland Security, to come forth. We'll move through, trying to be as fast as possible, again, so that everyone can get out of harm's way. Thank you. Colin? Thank you,
Morning. We've talked for several days. We've gone over this. This is short and sweet. Hurricane Ida is here. Tropical storm winds have arrived. As Ida moves closer, it is near certainly that we will see sustained winds of 75 miles per hour or higher, up to 110 miles per hour in New Orleans. Let me be clear, these are life-threatening winds. They will cause down power lines, structure damage, down trees, and projectiles. You absolutely need to be indoors for the remainder of this storm. Hunker down and stay put. We'll be with you through the storm. Text NOLA ready to 77295 for text alerts so you know what's going on throughout the rest of the day. Please understand that public safety officials will likely not be able to respond during dangerous conditions. This will likely include overnight when storm impacts have passed, but debris will still be blocking the roadways. It's dangerous now. It's going to be dangerous this afternoon, even more so because of the wind. It's going to be extremely dangerous overnight because of the wind and because of darkness. They're not going to be able to come to you. You need to stay inside until tomorrow. We'll look at this at the first light of day. Our emergency operations center is activated. I've got 70 people up there. They're risking COVID. They're communicating. They're communicating with everyone outside that is working this. It includes infrastructure, transportation, and human service agencies. We are coordinating response efforts. This will include immediate public safety needs throughout the duration of the storm, but as I said, there's nobody coming right now. You need to stay inside. This will also include response efforts that will begin tomorrow. When we come out tomorrow, we can look at this, take an assessment, figure out where we're at, search and rescue operations, potential post-storm evacuations. We can deal with all that, but now is not that time. Now is the time to stay inside. More information will be made possible through every medium that we have, including the media, primarily the media, when we can do that. The most important thing is to stay inside. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Colin.
Ramsey Green, Deputy CEO of Infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. To our residents who are both here and outside of our city, it's important to acknowledge our city, again, is in a very different place than it was 16 years ago today. Our levee system, what we call the HISDR system, is strong. It's unprecedented. It is, if not the most powerful, protected system in the planet, it is certainly one of the top of them in the planet, in the country. Excuse me, in the planet. This is a system that, we've done a tremendous amount of data. The folks from both levee authorities, the Army Corps of Engineers, they have great confidence, and we share that confidence. So water coming from outside of the city, penetrating the levee system is not a huge concern. It's not a concern of ours right now. What our concern mostly is, as it relates to flooding, is rainfall cells hitting above our city within the levee system and inundating our city with a high rate of rain. That is water that we cannot protect ourselves from a levee. That is water that falls within our city. At the moment, and Lauren will go over this, we're projected to potentially reach 15 to 20 inches of rain over the period of today and into tomorrow, at times exceeding a rainfall rate of 3 inches per hour, which greatly exceeds our existing drainage ability. What that means is we would see flooding in this city along public right-of-ways, in places where water typically congregates, low-lying areas, etc. Again, stay away, stay safe, wait for that water to go away, wait for it to get pumped out of our city. We had some great news thanks to the incredibly hardworking, dedicated men and women of the Sewage and Water Board. Turbine 4 came back on late last night, so we now at the moment have 72 megawatts or thereabouts of total power dedicated to the Sewage and Water Board, around 50 plus megawatts of self-generated power. Again, it's an incredibly fragile system. That system can change at any point, and what we always have to be prepared for that. Finally, the Sewage and Water Board, the sewer system is entirely dependent upon pumping. And what we're seeing, and thanks to Entergy, they've dedicated 10 generators to ensure our sewage system keeps moving throughout this. We have a tremendous number of people throughout this city who are at home, and they're going to use those systems. And until we give you any additional information, you're good to go in using your water, your sewage systems at home. Stay inside. This city knows how to deal with this. We've had 16 years since Hurricane Katrina to invest billions of dollars into our exterior protection from coastal inundation. Rainfall, rate of rainfall, that is our real flooding concern at the moment. Entergy New Orleans has dedicated over 4,000 out-of-state contractors who are pre-positioned throughout the region, and they are ready to respond to loss of power. So our big threats right now from the infrastructure side are loss of power, flooding in certain parts that you have seen before when we have an excessive rate of rain throughout this city, but we have great confidence. All of the HISDRs, and we add two more things, I'm sorry. The HISDR system, all of the gates were closed at about midnight last night. The last gates were closed at midnight, and the outfall pumping stations, the PCCPs that pump water out of our city into Lake Pontchartrain are active and moving. Again, thank you so much to the folks of the flood authorities, the United States Army Corps of Engineers. We have great confidence in any water from coming from out of this city into it. It's the real concern of the water that falls within our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And we're going to keep it going. Dr. Jennifer Vegno.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be brief. I want to reiterate what's been said. Now is the time to stay where you are. Our healthcare system, our hospitals are hunkering down. They are caring for the patients that are within their walls. Our first responders will be unable to get to you. Please do not try to access a healthcare or a hospital facility right now. We will be there for you when the storm passes, but the safest thing you can do is to stay put. Please make sure that you have a plan for your elderly and vulnerable residents or family members, neighbors that are in your immediate space. Make sure that they are being cared for throughout the duration of the storm. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vegno. And I also need to add, as I've been recently informed, that residents as well as visitors and hotels all throughout the city at this time, we are asking for water conservation. Water conservation is needed at this time and throughout the rest of the morning, throughout the afternoon, throughout the evening. More information will come as we receive it. And thank you so much. I'm going to now bring up Chief Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, right now, New Orleans Police Department is operating at 100% all hands on deck, 12-hour shifts. At some point in time, as Colin mentioned earlier, we will have to hunker down, which means that will impact our response. So we are asking you to please, right now, hunker down yourselves. Do not put ourselves, do not put our fire department, do not put our EMS in harm's way as you're putting yourselves in harm's way. Now is the time, and over the next 24 hours, perhaps, we need to, just hunker down. I will say also, we are prepared to assist with every recovery efforts we will have to assist with after this, but also anti-looting. We will not allow any looting throughout this process, and we will be out there to enforce that. So as I'm asking and begging and pleading with you, please hunker down now, as we will have to hunker down at some point in time ourselves, where we will not be able to respond. But as soon as we are able to do so, as conditions improve, we will be able to do so. But please, right now, do your due diligence. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much. Director Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. At 10 a.m. this morning, OPCD advised the public of an intermittent 911 outage that we were experiencing calls coming to the center that would begin to drop. We've engaged our technology partners and our state and federal regulators to ensure that 911 service could quickly restored. I'm happy to report about 10 minutes after the reported outage, 911 service in the city of New Orleans has been fully restored at this time. So again, 911 is for life-threatening emergencies only. At this point, I've been speaking for the past 2 days about that point when public safety responses will be reduced or altered. We are at that point. All the public safety agencies at this point are making decisions when or will they will no longer respond. So if you call 911, the call taker may be telling you, we will see you or get to you when it is safe. That does not mean after the storm is over. The moment that our public safety agencies get an opportunity to safely get to you, they will try their best to do so. But please only call us when you absolutely have an emergency. Please don't call 911 also because you didn't evacuate and now you want someone to come get you. I'm sorry, we're past that point. Our advice to you now is get to shelter in place and protect yourself indoors. Do not be outside. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I have to bring up Colonel Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bailey from the Louisiana National Guard. Your National Guard is trained and ready to respond, and we're here with you here in the city of New Orleans on the ground. I have 260 Army and Air National Guardsmen. Those members are staged and stationed throughout the city to respond to activities and requirements immediately after the storm as soon as it's safe. As it relates to our equipment, we have boat teams, high water rescue vehicles, security forces in accordance with or in support of NOPD. We have also, in the event they're needed after the storm, we have helicopters and aviation to follow on with search and rescue as soon as they can fly, and that'll probably be on tomorrow. We're working with the mayor and her staff to facilitate an after the storm, after the event, evacuation and onward integration from MCC for those who wish to evacuate. And I'll close with this very quickly. We're here and we're with you, with your friends, your relatives, your neighbors. I myself, the rest of the Louisiana National Guard, we value every one of you. You all matter, and we're going to protect what matters.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Colonel. Lauren.
Hi, good morning, everybody. In terms of the weather, everything's pretty much already been reiterated here. You know, potential for sustained winds 74 to 110 miles an hour with possibly higher gust, flooding 15 to 20 inches. Currently, the storm is in the process of moving onshore, I guess you could call it that, in Port Fourchon and Grand Isle. So it should be making landfall down there very shortly. Water levels down there are rapidly rising. Wind speeds are also rapidly rising. In terms of winds in the city, we're already seeing 50 to 70 mile per hour gust. So we are basically there for hurricane force wind gust right now as 11:45 a.m. We're seeing sustained 30 to 40 miles per hour, some more. For those of you in the building, we can hear it outside the windows right now. So as we sit, as everybody else has been saying, it's only going to get worse from here. Hunker down, be careful, be safe, and we will just be safe after the storm as well if you have generators. The winds will be slow to come down tonight into the overnight hours, and just be prepared for anything at this point.
Thank you so much, Lauren. As Ramsey indicated during his briefing, that Entergy New Orleans is on the ready to respond to the needs of our community, particularly right now. That need is with the Sewage and Water Board, and the necessary responses are being done right now. Also, what I would say to our residents, be calm in the midst of this storm. You can be calm. You have everything that you need. We will get through this together. So be prepared, stay where you are, continue to heed the messages that come throughout the city of New Orleans, but we will get through this together. The best thing that I will say at this time is knowing that we have the leadership that is in place on all sides. And I'm very confident in the presence of our New Orleans City Council standing with us as well, as they have always been. Now, I would ask for Councilmember Helene Moreno, who serves as our president, to just represent the council at this time. Councilmember?
Thank you so much, Mayor. I would just reiterate, stay home. This is the time to hunker down. As you all know, the New Orleans City Council is the regulator of Entergy New Orleans, so I've been in close contact with its CEO, Deanna Rodriguez. As the mayor has mentioned, she is, and along with her team, all hands on deck on the Sewage and Water Board situation. Preliminary reports, it appears that it's something on the ENO side that they're trying to rectify and restore power on that route. So that's really the latest that I've got. Of course, we'll continue to keep you updated, and just stay safe and stay home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much, and for the sake of time and for your safety, we'll answer a few questions. And Allison.
David Hammer, WWO.
Yes, sir.
I think we need some clarity on the situation with the Sewage and Water Board power. Is it correct that they've lost power to run the sewage with pumps? And you talked about water conservation, and at one point you said go ahead and use your water and sewer, and then another point you said conserve.
Because we just got information.
Exactly.
Here, David.
So on the front end, as Ramsey was giving his update on the infrastructure, talking both Sewage and Water Board as well as Entergy, we were notified of a power outage relative to the Entergy New Orleans side of the operation, just as confirmed by Councilmember Moreno. Those matters we know have compromised as it relates to the sewer system. That's where the request for water conservation came into play. That still remains active at this particular time. Ramsey, anything you need to add, you can do so now.
Yeah, real quick. David, we just got that, which is why those ENO generators are being deployed. Hopefully we'll get through it, but I think for our residents, an overwhelming approach to this storm. If you don't need to use water, don't use it for the moment, okay? For the moment, if you don't need to use water, just be conservative with it. Thank you, Mayor.
I have one more thing to add.
Go ahead, Councilman.
And David, just a little bit more information that I'm getting from Entergy. It could be potentially a substation that's out, potentially a breaker issue. The winds are really high, but Entergy is trying to get some crews out there to figure out if they can figure out the situation. But of course, they have to do that safely. So it's still kind of in the investigation point right now.
So as we learn more, we will share. Right? Be as transparent as we need to be, because that's how we are.
Next question, Peyton Trist, WGNO.
A lot of people have evacuated and heeded the warnings, and then a lot of people are going to want to go outside after the storm. When are you telling people it's going to be safe to come back? When it will be safe to go back outside to check on their property?
Sure, when we have assessed the situation, and after doing so, we will inform the public. Until that point, stay inside. We, again, will investigate. The good news is that this storm should be nearing completion in the early morning, so by day. And so that is on our side, because immediately we will be able to go out and assess, but only after a thorough assessment by public safety officials across the board. People are supposed to stay put until otherwise notified.
Next question, Tim Craig, Washington Post.
Hi, thank you. And you don't need to explain the whole levee system again, but I think around the country, a lot of people may be wondering, why are you so confident in that the levee system will hold in this case? They were rebuilt as Category 5 levees. but we're almost at a Category 5 hurricane. We're just a couple miles short. So can you just briefly say why this confidence that there's no water from the outside going to be coming into the city through the newly built levees? And then also one follow-up question, could you just also clarify that your hospitals, many of which I believe are very full because of the COVID situation, do they all have generators and backup energy supplies that's not going to become an issue if the power goes out?
Sure. So on the front end of that question relative to our levee protection system, billions of dollars, over $14 billion has been invested in our levee protection system. We have more technology and science in terms of its advancement that gives us the comfort and the confidence that's needed to ensure that those who are inside the levee protection system will not be compromised. Of course, as we move through this hurricane, we will learn more. Right? But at this time, that's where our focus is in the city of New Orleans, in the state of Louisiana. We appreciate the concern nationally, but right now, our focus is on our people right now. Ramsey, anything you need to add?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, but, we in this city have had 16 years since Hurricane Katrina to understand the evolving changes between the human-built environment and the changing climate and the changing environment. And thanks to 16 billion plus of federal taxpayer dollars, great science, great analytics, we're really confident that the levee system as constructed now we're not confident, we factually know. And much like this city has run COVID, our COVID response embracing data and science, we're very confident that levee system, which as a community, this city went through a lot of very strategic changes from the management of it, from the way people are on the board and all of those things to make it focused on data, science, and logic. And that system is incredibly strong. I've been to the Netherlands. I've seen what they have. The Netherlands use our advisors for some of the construction we've done for HISDers. We're very confident in a way that we have never as a community been before. It's a different time, it's a different place, and we've had 16 years to really protect our city from what occurred tragically on this day 16 years ago. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to the hospital piece, again, kind of echoing this theme, there's no one more prepared in the healthcare system in America than our hospitals because they all went through Katrina. They have incredibly sophisticated emergency preparedness plans that they get to exercise on a regular basis because this is not our first threat in the last 16 years. They all have generators. They test the generators. They will utilize the generators if and when they deem that it's necessary. And so again, I can say this from personal experience as well as professionally, the hospitals are prepared.
Thank you, Dr. Vagno. Allison? That's it. Thank you all so much, and you should know that our unified command will continue to be in place. Direct communication with the White House has happened, and we do and will continue with that direct line and link, as well as our Secretary of FEMA. Thank you all so much. Be safe, and we will give you updates as we need to. Thank you.
And that wraps up the news conference by the mayor and many of her staff. She did talk about that the city is going to experience a lot of rain, a lot of wind. She is asking people to hunker down, stay inside. With that said, she said, we will get through this. Now, the police chief, Sean Ferguson, said that they are running the police officers on 12-hour shifts, but there is going to come a time when they have to hunker down, and then they won't be able to respond to calls. He said looting will not be tolerated. It will be enforced. The National Guard has 260 members here to help out when needed, so that'll happen. We're also told, we got the report a little while ago about power loss to some pumping stations with the Sewage and Water Board, so they're asking people to conserve on water or flushing toilets, things like that, if you can. They are trying to get auxiliary power to that. Helena Moreno, who has been talking with Energy, said that it may be a substation down. They're not sure if they can get that back up in time, but they are saying they are getting some auxiliary generators keep that running. But as for now, they're asking people to conserve on the power. Now they're saying about the rainfall, we are in for a lot of rain. In many cases, it could be 3 inches or more in an hour. The system just cannot handle that. So there will be flooding in the area. And we do know that 96 of the 99 pumps are up. The turbine number 4 is up, so they will be generating power from there. But we do have that power breakdown that we were told about at several pumps, and that will affect sewage and water and flushing toilets, things like that. So they're asking if you can, go ahead and limit that to as much as possible and conserve on water as much as possible. All right, we're going to send it up to Paul Dudley and Alexander Cranford.
Hey, Eric. Yeah, we're here at Louisiana Public Broadcasting in Baton Rouge. The whole idea of us being here is just in case anything does happen to our station in the French Quarter, we will be here and we will be able to still bring you all the latest news and information from this studio. This is a full-fledged large studio. We've got cameras, we've got lighting, we've got a team of staff here that's going to be helping us out. So we are prepared just in case we do lose power or something happens to knock us off the air in the French Quarter. We've also got our local weather expert here, Alexander Cranford, who has all the technology to be able to do the forecasting here in Baton Rouge, the same that you'd be able to do in New Orleans, right?
Right. And right now, of course, Paul, the real story is that it has made landfall. So that's the news that we're getting at this point. We've been tracking it closer and closer with the center getting so very close to Port Fourchon. And of course, as we know, the landfall is when the center of the eye moves over land. And so it has happened officially, yes. Ida has made landfall at Port Fourchon. And again, these are the same exact graphics that we'd be showing you. So no matter what happens through this storm, all through the evening, all through tonight, Paul and I and a big crew here at Louisiana Public Broadcasting will be updating you on what's happening. So again, just kind of showing you exactly what we'd be showing you in WWL. Here, of course, is the eye. And this is the center, which is now just barely reached land. So 11:55 update just a couple minutes ago from the National Hurricane Center confirming that it has made landfall as a Category 4 at Port Fourchon. Maximum sustained winds 150 miles per hour, minimum central pressure of 930 millibars. And that's interesting because earlier today we saw the pressure just a couple of hours ago just about bottom out at about 929 millibars, 930 millibars. And now officially, as it's making landfall, it's right back at that same range. It had actually risen by a couple of millibars, and we were pointing out this, of course, is the eye and the eye wall, and we've been seeing this other convective band, we're calling it, developing outside of that inner ring, and that is kind of the indication that an eye wall replacement cycle might be happening, and so that's why we think the pressure went up just a touch, and then now it's pretty much in the same range, but again, 930 millibars and maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. So we'll just zoom in here a little bit, and we'll take you a little closer to what's happening here at Port Fourchon. And we've been getting these wind reports up to 130 or so. We heard that from a Jefferson Parish Emergency Management at Grand Isle before the station went down. We were checking that out. So here it is, making landfall. Some very heavy rain, of course. The high winds now at Grand Isle and Leeville. And of course, right around here, the eye wall is where you get the highest winds. Talking about how big it is, by the way, if you're in New Orleans or in the North Shore area and you're getting some gusty winds, but not really extremely high winds. That's because, of course, everything's kind of clustered really close to the eye. But this is a fairly big storm as we look at how far everything extends out. In fact, it does look like the hurricane force winds, of course, that's 74 miles per hour plus winds. That's extending out nearly about 50 miles northeast of the center. And then tropical storm force winds, we know 39 plus mile per hour winds. That's extending almost 150 miles from the center to the northeast. We know that the northeast quadrant, of course, is the most active for a hurricane coming on shore. Something we've also been watching for is the potential for a couple of spin-ups of tornadoes. So right now we don't have any tornado warnings, but we're going to be watching that closely because as a hurricane moves on shore, a lot of times these bands can sometimes spin up these brief tornadoes. They are usually brief. They don't last too long. And they're not as high as, an EF4 or EF5, not really huge tornadoes in that sense, but we could see that. And of course, when we have a Category 4 storm making landfall, just the winds themselves, non-tornadic winds, are very high too. So just to give you an idea, Peyton and Michelle were pointing out earlier today that we're under that extreme wind warning, kind of updating people that you could see 115 mile per hour plus winds. That's an EF2 tornado. So that's why Peyton and Michelle and our whole team have been stressing, just of course, stay inside. Don't really need to say that at this point, as we have a hurricane coming on shore at Port Fourchon and making landfall right now. But just to kind of think about that EF2 tornado sort of winds, that would be the range. And by the way, we were talking also about that wind speed, the last wind speed at Grand Isle, 136 mile per hour winds before that station went down that we were talking about. And to put it into perspective, you know that the pressure as it goes lower, that indicates a stronger and stronger storm. So just to put it into a little bit of perspective, some people have been asking me about that. Katrina, for example, was about 920 millibars at landfall. This one, 930. Irma was about, Irma was one of the strongest as far as the wind speeds go. So this is 150 mile per hour max sustained winds. Irma was about 185, very strong storm there. And normal pressure, what we would consider just kind of a normal day with no hurricane or anything happening, would be about 1,013 millibars. So just to kind of give you an idea of some of those. I'll move ahead with our graphics here. You can see that as we've been pointing out also, it doesn't look that bad if you just glance at radar. You see greens, you see yellows. We see a lot of this in the New Orleans area. But again, the radar kind of picks up some of these tropical bands a little bit differently, as the raindrops are just a little bit different. So there could be some heavier pockets, and maybe you're hearing it and you're saying, oh, it looks a little worse than that, what's showing up on radar. But that could be happening, even though you can see that these bands are pretty much just kind of light to moderate sort of indicated on radar right now. Heavier bands, of course, around Galliano and then south to the coast. So we'll fast forward here. I wanted to give you a look at New Orleans. You can see that. Here we are on the North Shore. If you're joining us from there, you can see a little bit spottier for sure. It's windy, it's kind of breezy. You've got the gray skies and you've got the rain, but you are seeing it not quite as intense there. And again, just look at this. A very, very obviously well-defined eye coming on shore at Port Fourchon. And we're expecting it, of course, to continue that track over to the northwest and toward Baton Rouge. Still moving right now about 13 miles per hour. So it's slowed down just a touch from earlier, but that's expected. We're kind of seeing it eventually start to make that turn. And as it does that, hurricanes and tropical systems usually kind of slow down a little bit to be able to make that turn. So here it is. We're going to be tracking it. And of course, we're here in Baton Rouge at the LPB, Louisiana Public Broadcasting headquarters here in Baton Rouge. And it's kind of interesting because we're here not only to be a backup if anything were to happen in New Orleans, but also we're going to get some hurricane force winds, it looks like, as we move into tonight, even in Baton Rouge. So kind of two things we're watching, not only covering New Orleans from here and adding just like we would if we were at the studio, our coverage here, but also over toward Baton Rouge. We'll keep you updated all through the evening and all through the night and show you how it's happening there as well.
Good afternoon, I'm Zach Tawatari. Here are a few things you need to know right now. As we told you a moment ago, Ida has made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane in Port Fourchon. 150 mile an hour winds were recorded. This is a tweet from the National Hurricane Center earlier, showing you the eye of Ida from above. You can see just how well defined and powerful that eye wall is. The Sewerage and Water Board says the power is out at some pump stations. Some of those are on the East Bank and some of those are on the West Bank. This makes sewer backups in homes more likely. The board says if you still have power, don't wash clothes or run your dishwasher. The pumps will be out of service until the storm passes. Thousands are already without power, including many in the metro area. This is Energy's outside map. 93,000 are in the dark. Entergy warned power could be out for some weeks in some areas. You can get the latest updates on WWLTV.com and on our free app.
All right, Zach, thank you so much. And I'm Katie Moore we're changing of the guard as we're continuing our coverage of Hurricane Ida. The three of us are here in the studio as our crews have fanned out across Southeast Louisiana to make sure that we have this thing covered because it is such a substantial storm.
Yeah, Katie, this is going to be, we're going to see things change pretty quickly in just the next couple of hours here.
Yeah, and it has already made landfall as as Alexander just pointed out, as a strong Category 4 storm, and it'll keep on moving inward. We're going to feel the effects here in the city after a while, but you think about the folks down in Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. I mean, they're gonna feel the brunt of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know that that's an area that's been weighing heavily on my heart over the last 24 or 48 hours as we saw the path of this thing headed straight up that way. But, nobody is going to be without feeling the effects of this storm. This thing is so big and so strong, and one of those areas is, of course, St. Tammany Parish. Erica Ferrando has been up in Covington today talking with officials up there about their preparations, and she's joining us live now with the latest. Erica?
Well, we're really not feeling the effects of the hurricane yet. We just started getting a little bit of rain. Of course, the sky is covered with clouds. It's very cloudy out here, but we're not really feeling that strong wind yet, but they know it is coming, and that is why the parish president issued a parish-wide curfew that is now in effect. That went into effect at noon. He is wanting everyone to stay where they are until this storm passes. As of now, there is no expiration time for this parish-wide curfew. Just get where you are, and as soon as it is safe, they will lift that curfew. You can see businesses have been getting ready. People have been getting ready. We've seen a lot of people just doing some last-minute preparations. We're right in front of one business off 190 in Covington. You see they're boarded up. They have sandbags, and you can take a look over here. We're right outside of the Rouses, and we have been speaking with a lot of people who have been out here getting some last-minute groceries, some water. That Rouses did close about an hour ago, but until then, it was staying pretty busy, and we're still seeing some people kind of just show up and go up to the door and see if they can get anything, but it is now closed. It does look like there might be a few businesses that are still open, but they are all starting to close as that curfew is now in effect. Now, Parish President Cooper held a news conference just about 2 hours ago. I want to let you know some of the main points. The weather is expected to worsen here in St. Tammany Parish, of course, as it is all across the region, but just because we're not exactly in the eye here, they're still going to see some of the effects. It's going to continue into the afternoon and into the evening. That's why they issued this curfew. They do not want people out and about, and the sheriff said he will be enforcing this curfew. They've already had 7,500 power outages in St. Tammany. They're expecting a 5 to 8 foot storm surge from Gus Island in Madisonville all the way to Slidell. That's all across Lake Pontchartrain. They also said if you are in low-lying areas, you should expect some flooding. And because we're on the east side of the hurricane, they say there is, of course, the possibility of tornadoes. As of now, there's a tornado watch in St. Tammany Parish until 7 tonight. And they just advised people, if you hear a lot of wind, if you get a tornado alert, make sure you are inside in a safe place, away from windows, possibly in a bathtub. Find the safest place in your home if that were to happen. We've been speaking with some people as they've been getting their last-minute preparations. Take a listen.
We're just out running. We're going to do a little landlord run for a friend. She's got to pick up some sheet metal and then stop to get a few last-minute provisions, extra people coming to our house. Yeah. So just hunkering down so everybody stays safe.
How are y'all feeling about this hurricane?
A little more worried than we were yesterday, but feeling like, we've got a big group together in our neighborhood. We live in Meadowbrook, and we're all connected on, with the phone, with different apps, and so we'll just take care of each other.
That was Mandeville resident Linda Simeon. And so the parish officials know that some of these roads will, of course, be impassable. They are expecting trees down, power lines down. They've been telling people to get ready for power outages that could last days, possibly weeks. So just stay where you are at this point. That curfew is now in effect. We've seen a few law enforcement officers just driving around. They are planning to enforce this. So if you are out and about, they may question why you're out. They just say they want people home. Stay where you are at this point. They do have power crews that are on standby ready to respond, but of course that can't be until it is safe. So as soon as the hurricane passes, which of course may not be until early tomorrow morning, those power crews aren't going to be able to respond, but they are here in the area and they're ready when it is safe to do so. For now, live in Covington, I'm Erica Ferrando, Eyewitness News.
All right, Erica, thank you very much. And we're going to be checking out every parish in the metro area because it's going to start down in Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. They're going to be getting some really heavy weather in the next little while, and then it's going to keep on moving up, and we'll all start feeling it, as Katie mentioned before.
Yeah, and eventually up to Covington, and they're not going to be the last certainly to feel this, but they are certainly going to feel the effects of
It'll
this.
keep on going up north, and this will be with us for a while. And what I'm thinking about are the after effects for all the places where it does hit really hard, and the people without power. Hopefully there's no loss of life. We don't want injuries, things like that. Power we can deal with. It's terribly inconvenient. But, as long as there's no loss of life, we think about what happened with Katrina 16 years ago. More than 1,800 people lost their lives in that storm.
Right, and hopefully we're not going to be seeing anything like that in terms of flooding and people getting stuck in their homes. However, there is a real risk that there could be some situations where people have to be rescued.
Yeah.
And I think that, the areas that we're really watching closely for that are those places in Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, and of course in Plaquemines Parish. There are some people who live outside the levee protection system there. Officials were urging people to get out yesterday. And so, that's an area that we're really going to have to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, and I'm waiting to hear from a friend of mine who is in Homa, and he stayed to ride out the storm. And I just want to know when that really intense wind comes there, because we were talking earlier that some of the winds they could be getting more than 100 miles an hour, and that's sustained winds. As Alexandra mentioned, it's like having an EF2 tornado on a wide swath from for a long period of time, not a skipping around like a tornado does.
Right, just like sitting over your house.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Well, you even have some of those lower lying areas of Jefferson Parish. There's places like Barataria, Lafitte, some of those areas there where when there's a mandatory evacuation, some of those people just don't leave. They are used to riding out storms. They're very used to the storm surge. And we heard from the Jefferson Parish president that a lot of those people really did get out and did heed that warning ahead of this storm. So you really just hope that there is no loss of life through this.
Yeah, this was different. And the track it took on the west side of the river, that would affect them a whole lot more than what happened with Katrina 16 years ago today, where it came on the east side of the river. And of course, New Orleans dodged a bullet. We missed the storm. It took a jog. We just didn't realize how bad the levee system was here.
Right, and definitely different conditions in terms of storm surge and things like that, which we've been talking to Chris Franklin about a lot over the last couple of days. But one of the places that's also affected when this thing comes in from the west is Plaquemines Parish, and Candace Charles has been down in Plaquemines keeping an eye on things, and she's going to join us right now live with the latest about what no, we're not going to her? She's not live, but she is there. So we're going to get a report from her now.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier today, folks, they're asking you guys to stay inside and wait it out. Of course, you can call 911, but here at the Sheriff's Department, they're asking you guys to just have some patience as they try to get to you. Now, I have Sheriff Turlich with me right now, and some of the concerns you guys have is about the levee. Can you talk a little bit about those concerns?
Yeah, the levees, obviously right now, the wind's hitting us pretty good, but I think we're managing it pretty good. Just besides, we do have power outages throughout our parish, including off of Woodland Highway, Jesuit Bend, and of course down the road in East Bank. So we just kind of, I hope people have patience on the one that took our advice and left, because you may be without power for a while. As far as the levees, right now we checked several levels and we look really good. The concern is when the wind switches and starts really pushing out of the southwest, that's really going to test this 100-year levee protection, and for anyone out of it, I think it's going to really test some of those levees also.
All right, so it sounds like you guys have everything kind of in control here. As I mentioned, you want people to wait it out and just take their time. What are some advice that you give to some of the folks that are still waiting at home?
Please shelter in place. Even my deputies are sheltered in place right now. Right now we have power lines leaning, some power lines on the ground. So for your own safety and the safety of your sheriff's office and first responders, please just stay sheltered down until this thing passes, where we can assess what we need to do.
Now, as I've been mentioning several times, you guys will be answering the phones. You guys have been answering the phones. But why are you guys asking for a little bit of patience? Because it's about your safety as well, right?
Right. Again, we've put out multiple information or publications that everyone who was staying needs to be prepared and have all the necessities for 72 hours or better. So I hope they are patient. I hope they did heed our warnings to evacuate if they had the means. But just be patient, and we will get to you as soon as it's safely to do so.
And you guys are here, and you will be here for the time being, yeah.
That's right. We hunkered down and just waiting, and as soon as it's safe to get out there and assess it, we will.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. Okay, you guys heard it. You guys stay safe, stay inside, and wait it out. For now, Plaquemines Parish, I'm Candace Charles, Eyewitness News.
Yeah, and one of the problems they have in Plaquemines Parish, because of their geography, they get it coming and going.
They sure do. It's certainly something to watch. And, you know, Candace has, of course, been there throughout the morning, and we're going to be there throughout the day, making sure that people are safe, especially those who are still down there who chose not to evacuate.
Yeah, definitely. We're also hearing right now about some power outages in New Orleans. There's going to be some more to talk about that as well. We're now hearing that there's some uptown. I'm looking at the map right here, and it looks as though there are already about 116,000 people without power.
And that's before the really heavy weather has hit us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's a look at the map here. You can see there is a pretty large swath of uptown there.
And it's growing as we speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have much more to come in our coverage of Hurricane Ida as it continues to make its way into the Louisiana coast, making landfall just after 11:30 today. So we'll have much more for you right after this short break.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin and we're just kind of tweaking our graphics here, trying to get the very latest as to Hurricane Ida making landfall. I've just been speaking to our partners over WWL Radio and discussing the fact that I was going to kind of zoom in on radar here, that the center of the storm, the eye, is directly over Port Fourchon. And we have also been talking, Peyton was pointing out the fact that we have almost what is two eye walls. There is an inner and an outer, and this is more common amongst major category 4 and 5 hurricanes, but kind of by definition, major hurricanes as a Cat 4 and 5 are very rare. So this is a common occurrence in those type of major hurricanes, which again are very rare. So you do not see this very often. And you definitely have the strongest winds within this inner eye wall, which is passing directly over Grand Isle at the moment. Again, you had the inner eye wall and then you have the outer eye wall. So in between, you have relatively light winds. At the center, in the eye, it goes dead calm, and it's an eerie feeling. A lot of folks for the first time experienced that in Zeta when the eye passed directly over the city of New Orleans. The winds are strong coming in one direction, winds go dead calm, and then they come howling out of the next direction. And that's exactly what will be moving toward Port Fourchon when the inner eye wall, the southern or southeastern eye wall, begins moving over the port itself. And then it'll also have to deal with the outer eye wall. The outer eye wall is just to the east of Grand Isle. That too, or probably this side of it, more the southeastern side of it, will also be passing over the island. These are the strongest winds. You're finding the 150 mile an hour winds right there, maybe near 150 mile an hour winds in the outer eye wall, but certainly at around 130 to 140 mile per hour winds. This is also just really the beginning of the storm surge that is inundating, and we're starting to get some reports. I don't want to say anything just yet until we can confirm some of those reports, but there is definitely that surge approaching Grand Isle, or I should say not approaching, but increasing across Grand Isle and Port Fourchon. We'll hopefully get some cameras up fairly soon, as there is a research station, the Lumcon research station out at Port Fourchon, and as of about 10-15 minutes ago, they were at least still streaming their cameras, so we could see that surge coming in. They have a pretty extensive facility down there, and hopefully we'll start to get some camera images down there as well. As we've been talking about these areas of the coastline, I pray that there is no one that has been decided to stay in these areas. I pray, because you are right now getting in on the worst of the winds, and you're going to get a second round of the worst of the winds for folks in Grand Isle. Same at Port Fourchon. We just kind of watch, it's almost ominous looking and sobering when you are watching just this devastation of this inner eye wall moving directly toward Port Fourchon, and knowing you've already had the first northern side of the inner eye wall and the north and western side of the outer eye wall. So you've already gotten a 1-2 punch at Port Fourchon, and you're about to get punch 3 and 4 moving your way. That's just the winds. We're not even talking about the surge yet, which has increased just based on the strength of the storm, as we have now seen it become a borderline category 5. And something else I pointed out to the folks on radio, that a lot of times you will see these post-analyzed. The National Hurricane Center has scientists and a group that kind of post-analyze each and every storm from the previous season. And very similar to Hurricane Michael, I was in Panama City when it made landfall. At landfall, the reports were that it was a category 4. They reanalyze it. They'll find other stations where maybe the wind data, and they can then look at that data. And Michael was reanalyzed as a category 5. Hurricane Andrew was reanalyzed as a category 5. And it may be that Ida becomes reanalyzed as a category 5. We don't know. We'll see kind of in the post. That won't come until next year, but it'll just be very interesting, especially considering we were right on the cusp of this being a category 5, regardless of 5 miles per hour. That, to me, at the moment, is more of a novelty as to whether or not it actually reached that status or not. This is a deadly hurricane that is now moving onshore. We hear the creaks and cracks in our building here in the French Quarter, and we haven't even begun to see the tropical storm force winds. That is all moving our way. Now I'm going to walk off camera here, because I'm going to jump over to our radar so I can kind of give you an idea of some of the breakdown of the timing. A lot of folks want to know when the worst will start to arrive, and even some of our wind sensors, the anemometers, from what we have been looking at around the region, aren't necessarily the most reliable, as some of them are being damaged, as we have already seen in Grand Isle. It looks like the anemometer, the weather station there, has been damaged, or at least is not reporting any longer. So I want to widen out here, and we're going to kind of time out when some of the, well, you can see now we're starting to get some of the more intense rains moving across the city, and within these intense rains, you are finding some of the stronger winds. Let's take a look at one of the, actually some of the metro area winds and what these stations are actually reporting. Now, these are the current winds and wind gusts. And I tell you what, it was rough driving in late this morning from my home in Jefferson Parish into the French Quarter, and the winds have been gusting, certainly, but really minor compared to what we will see through the course of the day today and into later tonight. Winds mid-city at 22 miles an hour, gusting up to 52. At the Superdome, 17 miles an hour, gusting up to 36. Now, you have a little bit more freedom along the lakefront because there is really no friction if those winds are coming right across the lake. So at the lakefront airport,
the mayors, the chiefs of police,
you're looking at 45 mile an hour winds, gusting up to almost 60 miles per hour, nearing 50 mile an hour sustained winds along the lakefront, gusting up to 60 miles per hour. At the airport in Kenner, 21 mile an hour sustained winds, or in Kenner, I should say, more North Kenner. At the airport itself, winds are sustained at 32, gusting up to 56, and in North Kenner, kind of near the lake, you've got gusting up to 43 miles an hour. Metairie, it really hasn't been bad, but we've had reports of folks saying it is starting to sound scary. And yes and no, it is going to get worse. And we have been saying that if you do plan to stay, Sunday is going to, no question, be a very rough day. Notice a lot of our stations down toward the coast no longer reporting, but near in Galliano, they have been gusting up to almost 80 miles an hour, sustained right now of 51. So we do have tropical storm force winds at Galliano, tropical storm force winds at the lakefront airport, not quite there, but they have been gusting over tropical storm force at the Kenner lakefront, or the Kenner airport. And then up on the North Shore, certainly gusting up to 25 to 30 miles an hour, sustained 15 to maybe near 20 miles per hour. But that is, again,
the bottom is from 11 a.m. today, so even that could be,
even that has
changed significantly, you can imagine. But just look at that top.
Such a contradiction in just a matter of hours. And we know, again, we know it'll look entirely different, and then it'll go back to looking back like it does at the top video from yesterday. But that coming from St. Bernard Parish right there.
It's so eerie because yesterday, you know, I saw in New Orleans some people were talking about how, oh, it's sunny out right now, and just how much it can change. And one of the meteorologists in New Orleans I saw say it's a sign that the sun will come out again after the storm.
Absolutely.
So it just can really change drastically, and just like that, just a few hours can make such a difference. Here we are, everybody, 12:30 as our coverage of Hurricane Ida continues. Again, the storm making landfall at 11:55 officially over Port Fouchon.
And our meteorologists have made the change. They have changed shift. Daniel, we sent him home to get some rest because he'll be back at 2 a.m. Rob and Bradley are here. Chief Meteorologist Rob Perlow standing there at the weather wall. Welcome to coverage, Rob. How are things looking with Ida as we now have an official landfall?
Well, from Lafayette and Acadiana's perspective, it's actually looking pretty great. We're going to have tropical storm force winds across a good part of the area, mainly Lafayette on southeastward. And obviously, as we've been saying over the last couple of days, St. Mary, Lower St. Martin Parish, you're under the gun, and it's going to be a close call. But the way it is looking right now, I think Acadiana is really going to get spared the brunt of this system by far. And there's going to be some power outages, yes, and that sort of thing. But you can see where the storm is. We're looking at all the radars across the area, from Lake Charles to Shreveport to Fort Polk. Power Doppler 3, our most powerful Doppler radar in southern Louisiana and in Acadiana. That's the great news. Always good to get a brand new radar a month before a storm comes in. And then we have Slidell, and we're also dialed into Mobile, and you can see quite clearly where the center of the circulation of Ida is, a powerful Category 4 storm on the verge of 5. You don't want to see lightning near the eye wall. That means this is still feeding the beast right now. We still have some intensity going on right near the center of this storm. So this is just devastating for areas such as Golden Meadow, 130, 140 mile an hour winds. Just think back to Laura. Laura made landfall as roughly a Cat 4, 140 mile, 130 mile per hour winds. And we saw those gusts manifesting all the way north of Lake Charles. So you know areas such as Golden Meadow and just north of there, it's going to be even rougher. We'll kind of come on in, and you'll see me playing around with this all evening long, but areas near Galliano, Chauvin, Houma is going to be very close to being hit hard with this storm, and this will continue as we go farther to the north. So locally, not a whole lot going on here in Acadiana, thank goodness. We don't have a whole lot going on the radar. We'll get to that in just a bit, but thank goodness we're just probably going to see a few widely scattered showers in our area. Now, satellite imagery, if you're just joining us now, incredible, and this is just the 6-hour loop. This storm went from a Category 2 to a Category 4 pretty quickly last night as hurricane hunters got in there and found the pressure dropping at a rapid pace, and sure enough, and I mentioned this several times, even when the storm was beginning to develop, I thought it had major hurricane potential. I thought it would have a 4 potential at least, and maybe a little bit more room than that, and that's certainly what we have seen with this storm. And again, a very intense storm, just about crossing the coastline right now. And again, you don't want to see the purple coming in, and this is probably going to rotate around, and it's not going to be as uniform now that the storm is interacting with land. Essentially, you're starting to see those rain bands starting to interact with land, so that slows down the winds at lower levels. Upper levels are going still, and that's what sparks the tornadoes and those extreme gusts that you see with the storm. And again, Lafayette, partly sunny skies. I kind of made my last couple of posts on social media showing sunshine. The roadways are nice and quiet, and that's the way we like it. But we will see clouds increasing and showers increasing, certainly as you go farther south and east. 150-mile-per-hour winds. It's still moving to the northwest at 13. We think that's going to start to slow down. That's not the good news. Pressure, 930 millibars, making this one of the more potent storms making landfall in Louisiana in quite a long time. Here we have it somewhere just by, say, the Gonzales area for 7 o'clock this evening, and by tomorrow morning it's going to be in Mississippi and obviously weakening. But even in Gonzales, you're going to see Category 2 strength. So you're going to take the road down to from Baton Rouge, I-10, and the damage potential is going to get much worse. Here are the latest gusts, and where we have the blank screens, gusts are either not being reported or the stations are gone, and unfortunately we lose all the offshore gusts. And I have the HER model here, kind of modeling where those highest gusts are at this point. But 54 in New Orleans, Gonzales 33, Patterson coming in at 31. That's the closest we have to Morgan City. New Iberia 33, Abbeville 24, Lafayette 28. And I got to adjust these graphics as, again, I'm just putting things together as we come in, restarting shows and stuff like that. So what are we going to be using as we go through the night? Well, we're going to be using the hour-by-hour HER model. This is the extended HER model. We call the hour-by-hour HER model predictive radar because that just gets us down into the 16-hour time frame. High resolution model data that updates once an hour. So that's going to give us our wind information and our weather information. Again, this is the extended HER model, taking the storm and the bulk of the worst weather east of most of Acadiana. But this is what we'll have to be on the lookout for here locally in Acadiana. These tropical rain bands that come around, they could certainly produce gusty winds. So that's what we'll have to watch, and we'll talk more about the winds in just a bit. But we'll go with a full weathercast right here. So Marcel and Jim, you can take a little bit more of a break. I'll go for 5 more minutes.
Okay.
There you got those rain bands, those worst rain bands east of our area. Some rain in Acadiana, but not a whole lot. I am not concerned with flooding. I'm not overly concerned with winds. We're going to have 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds. We'll get to that in just a bit. But everything that you get with a hurricane, we're not going to get here in Acadiana. We're not going to get a big surge on the coast. We're going to have wind, but we're going to have more tropical storm conditions, and we'll further define that coming up in just a bit. By tomorrow morning, things are quieting down, and it's going to be a pretty nice day tomorrow. What we'll have to be on the lookout for is rain bands developing, and sometimes these go severe tomorrow night, maybe into early Tuesday morning, but by Tuesday, things will begin to settle down. And here's the graph model, which has been leading the way on the storm. Bradley, this is the 12Z run, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Bradley's with us in the weather lab as well. Again, you can see right here where the worst of it's going to be. New Orleans, you get over to Slidell, and then into Mississippi as well. And again, a very well-defined storm. Locally in Acadiana, you see how the lines are packed pretty close at Morgan City. You're going to have wind. You're going to certainly have wind with this system. And those lines stay super packed there, not so packed over here. And these lines of equal pressure is what dictates on how strong the winds are going to be. So you can see as you get to, say, Baton Rouge, down through Morgan City eastward, that's where you're going to have the damaging wind potential. And again, lower St. Martin Parish as well. I don't want to forget about the Stevensville area. And this is going through this evening. And then notice how the lines start spacing apart as we get beyond 10 o'clock tonight. You'll have a couple of what I call spokes that come around the storm that will allow for temporarily gusty winds for an hour or two, and then those winds will die down. We all know how it plays out in a hurricane. And then the storm crossing out of Louisiana into southwest Mississippi. The severe weather threat, for the most part, diminishes as we head into the early morning hours of Monday morning. But again, the graph model indicating look out as we head sometime late tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, might see one of these tropical bands. And these sometimes will spawn tornadoes as well and will produce gusty, localized gusty, possibly damaging winds. So that's something that we'll keep on the back burner, but much better to deal with something like this than the core of a hurricane. So we'll watch that as we head into Tuesday. So here's a predictive radar here. We'll start going to about 4 o'clock. And again, most of the heavy rains, you're going to have solid rains in St. Mary Parish for sure. And it's going to rain, and it's going to get several inches of rain. But the flooding rainfall, eastern, northern semicircle down through the southern flank of the storm. And again, where you're going to have the training rainfall, that's where you're going to have the flooding effect. So again, you can look right here. This is just plotted up what we expect in Lafayette as we go through these timelines on all my products. I give you Lafayette information, and then we'll get more specific with the rest of Acadiana as well. Gust to 44. So this is the model that's going to update continuously as we present this data through the overnight hours, and it's the best way to go. The HER model is a very good model. It's our best, highest resolution model on top of the graph model as well, which is a 3-kilometer model that'll show you that information as well. So you can see how things are shaping up anywhere from Baton Rouge to New Orleans on southward, full-blown hurricane conditions this evening and continuing past midnight more than likely. Notice, though, as we get past midnight into the wee morning hours, the threat of heavy rainfall begins to shift to the northeast. Areas that were raked by the storm down in Lafourche, Terrebonne Parish, Plaquemines Parish, things will be calming down, but the water is going to stay up here for quite a while. And speaking of water, we'll get to the surge in just a bit. There's not going to be much of an elevated surge close to home. So here we go with the hour-by-hour forecast on your winds. And again, this is the model. We're dealing with a Cat 5 hurricane. So any area in purple, you're going to see at least 75 to 100 mile an hour winds. So the model is going to be a little bit short on some of the wind gusts. So all the wind gusts you see here, especially from, we'll say, Sycamore Point, New Iberia, St. Martinville, Henderson, on eastward, you could probably add 30 or 40 miles an hour at least to these gusts. So these are not maximum gusts. These are just snapshot gusts at the top of the hour. So you're going to have these hurricane force winds with gusts to 100. Donaldsonville, Laplace, Kenner, New Orleans, all the way around the center of this storm as it continues to move to the north. Notice most of the gusts in Acadiana are in the 40 to maybe 50 mile per hour range. This does mean sporadic power outages. St. Martin, Iberia, and likely St. Mary and lower St. Martin Parish for sure, where we'll see probably widespread power outages because it's going to be a lengthy period where we're going to see winds gusting quite consistently in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, but much rather have that than wind gusts in the 70 to 100 mile per hour range where that area of purple is going to be. And notice the eye of the storm going right over by the Donaldsonville area between White Castle and Gonzales. That looks to be a good call. Perhaps Baton Rouge as well. Might see some stars tonight as it moves on through. And notice the gusts, they get lower as you get farther back to the west. And again, I've posted this stuff online going back to yesterday, and the models have been fairly consistent. So we're confident that we're not going to see hurricane conditions in Acadiana, exception being St. Mary, mainly eastern St. Mary, lower St. Martin, and the parts of Iberia and St. Martin Parish that are mostly in the Atchafalaya Swamp. But Henderson, you're going to get a pretty good wallop with this. And as you go farther east over toward Whiskey Bay, the winds over toward Baton Rouge will certainly get much higher and higher with time. So here's the short-term model rainfall. This is just taking us through the next 16 hours, and you can see where the flooding is going to be. New Orleans, Laplace, Hammond, on through farther to the east, and boy, it's unbelievable. You're going to see just in a 16-hour period, perhaps 10 inches of rain. And you get down here out in the Gulf of Mexico. Hopefully these bands don't work their way inland, but that cream color corresponds to 15 inches of rain. Notice the rest of Acadiana, not a whole heck of a lot of rain. Morgan City 1.75, and in tropical systems, the models are notorious for underestimating rainfall because tropical rain is a lot of little raindrops in a more compact area. You all know if you've been out in a hurricane or a tropical storm that you go outside and you're instantly wet because it's like a real fine misty shower that gets you wet instantaneously, and only in a hurricane can you be wet, cold, and hot at the same time. It's one of those weird things, but nonetheless, you can see that the rainfall, the concerning rainfall would be the southeastern parishes, and here's the extended HRRR model that gets us out through the next 70 hours, and it picks up those tropical squalls. So this is what we can expect the entire storm, and notice, still not going for much more than a couple of inches in Morgan City. I'll bring in the graph model coming up in my next weathercast, but rainfall is, you're talking 15, so that's going to be some serious flooding, and that serious flooding, anything more than 8 to 12 inches. And mind you, these aren't
get out, and that the mandatory evacuation, we told you make sure you're in a safe place and do it right now.
Rainfall is going to come in a 4-hour period. Folks,
Yeah.
or